Hello and welcome back to Arena 51. It's the Hero Band tournament again. I almost tripped over my words because it's so unusual and wacky. We're into day 2 now, which means we only have 2 matches left to go. The one that's upcoming, which will be the losers final, and then the Le Grand Finals. My name is GLB Cassie for today, and I'm joined now by Spectrion. How you feeling about this one?
I'm looking forward to another day of bans because it always means we're going to see some crazy, wacky stuff coming out from both teams. The map bans. It's cool that there's a bit of a system for what you go to, what you don't. But the hero bans, I think, is the real meat and potatoes of the day. I think we all have to agree. Seeing all the strats that teams have to try and improvise to force kind of their own play style or maybe what they think is strongest in any given situation is so interesting. I mean, yesterday in the winners final, we had people running Luciolus Brawl for almost the entire series, and that's just not something you're ever going to see in standard vanilla Overwatch. So I'm absolutely looking forward to this lower bracket final first and foremost. Should be an absolute banger for us.
Yes, it will be Galera Esports up against Reality Check, and of course we're into the first to freeze here, so we have a little bit more chance of those reverse sweeps. Yesterday we saw a whole bunch of first to twos, and that just means it could be even more chaotic, and the more maps, the more bans, so henceforth the more chaotic. Today is going to be crazy compared to yesterday, and of course, since we're in our final 3 teams, it is worth remembering there is money on the line. Like, this is a tournament with $150 overall to be spread out, and you want to get that winning spot for that $70 prize pool, because for these players that could mean money towards travel to go to a LAN, or money for the battle pass if you're a shell. Lots of different things that you can do with that money.
I mean, I'm 92% sure that all the players on Galera would spend it going to the pub. They are all UK uni esports players, which means that 90% of your budget goes towards spoons. I don't make the rules, I just follow them. It's how it goes, unfortunately. But, it's always nice to have a little bit of extra income for whatever. So this game here is going to mean the difference between making finals, having a shot at that $70 Grand Slam, even, and, your third place finishing of $30, which are still lovely to have, but you really want to start climbing the price ladder if you really can.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no one wants to end in third. Always you aim for first place. Sadly, third place always gets forgotten. Second place ain't winning, and first place, I mean, that's just the creme de la creme today. And of course, alternate untitled, they're going to be sitting pretty, watching the stream right now, or still sleeping if they're so inclined, because they can wait this one out. They're in the grand finals already. They're comfortable in that spot, and of course, they're the team to beat, because Galera Esports, they were knocked down into the loser bracket by Untitled. So if they win here in the losers finals, then they're looking for vengeance against Untitled. Whereas Reality Check, they are in a similar spot, but they got knocked later on in the tournament by Alternate Esports. So vengeance across the board, but maybe Galera is harboring, some I'm trying to think of a word that's not too evil. Harboring some ill will against Alternate Esports for making them fight all the way through the loser bracket.
Yeah, either way, we're going to see a rematch coming through for the grand finals. This matchup, though, Galera v Reality Check, should be a slightly different story, I believe. Reality Check were a team that very often likes to run brawl-based compositions if they can actually get it going. They really wanted to stop their opponents in the previous matches playing dive if possible, so that's going to be the style they're playing towards. Very similar, actually, for Galera Esports, who does describe their favorite style as Rhine Rush, full stop. So that's definitely what we can come to expect from both teams. So definitely pay attention to those kind of meaty compositions clashing very early on in the series, and maybe even the team worse off deciding to get away from that later on.
And, since they're both a brawl team, if you ban Lucio, you kind of hit both sides, right? You hit yourself to hit your opponents. So maybe there's more tactical bans, like if they prefer Reinrush, like you say, maybe they ban the Ramatra to get that out of the way, since Ramatra is quite strong against the Reinhardt, or you ban like the Pharah, or even better the Mercy, to get rid of that kind of counter. And, you always don't really know what the teams are going to be thinking of the bans, but that's why they're so interesting to experiment with.
Oh, definitely. I think that's the mind games that make it so much more interesting. I think even in standard, Overwatch, there's always counter picking that goes on, and sometimes that gets wacky if there's no solution. One thinks back to maybe Vegas Eternals trying to play the Life Weaver to counter the Rein Brawl, and while it's a lovely idea, it didn't end up working out for them. But with hero bans, then those mind games become so much more complicated. Trying to get heroes that you don't want, while trying not to get the heroes that you want to get played banned. So sometimes the bans get so crazy, and everyone is playing a comp that honestly no one's ever thought of before. So much Moira yesterday just because Lucio and Mercy was banned. So that might be a possibility coming up now. But if both teams are trying to just get rid of the counters to Brawl, then probably it's going to be dive heroes who are going to be removed early on.
Yes. And if you're a fan of the fact that Arena 51 tournaments have prize pools, then that is all because of the all-in-one place for hosting tournaments, Community Gaming. It is the place to be for tournaments like this, and they offer the wonderful prize pools that we have. And if you want to give some prize pool to the casters today, then we also have a caster tip jar now. If you scroll down on the Twitch, it's one of those little tab things, and you can click that and donate. That money goes directly to the casters and gives us, some little something, so we can go to the pub after and join the players.
Yeah, please give us money so we don't have to work real jobs. No, but in all seriousness though, sorry. It's just a little bit to show your appreciation, so don't feel pressured. It's just there for a little bit of fun. As we wait to get into the lobby, of course, players are notoriously disorganized beasts, so it can be a little bit of confusion before that happens. But
well, they are all in their VCs as far as I see. So we shouldn't be waiting too long, I imagine. But it is worth mentioning there is also map bans, but they're much less, I guess, effective than the heroes overall. Obviously, there's a lot of maps, so when it comes to the map pool and you go for a map ban, if you're banning King's Row, there's an obvious reason why you're banning King's Row, and Hollywood's also in the map pool there. So it is worth noting that there is also map bans where you can try and guide what kind of compositions work, but I think the hero bans are definitely proving to be the focus point, the more fun element of this tournament.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think that map bans do matter in certain scenarios. Depending on the map that's coming up, it's going to be almost impossible, for example, to run Brawl or maybe a Circuit Royale as a map that jumps to mind something that's very hard. Or same with Dorado, the high grounds make it so hard to scale your Reinhardt anyway. So you can kind of shape the compositions as well by just picking a map that's beneficial to what you want to play. But with the bans, of course, then you simply don't have to play them. So I do think map design in Overwatch does massively affect your composition and your playstyle, but of course not to the same effects that simply just removing a hero, a pivotal hero in these compositions even can do.
Yeah. Ultimately, there's not as many heroes in Overwatch as there is in more traditional MOBA games, right? I mean, there's hundreds of heroes in Dota and in League of Legends, so when you're banning heroes there, it's much less impactful than banning a hero in Overwatch. Which begs the question, at what point in Overwatch do we start doing hero bans maybe more regularly in tournaments? What's the number of heroes that we need? Is it 50? Is it 100? Which we'll probably never reach. Let's be honest.
Well,
You know, what do you think?
I mean, I have opinions, definitely, but
Okay.
to be honest, I have never thought that Overwatch desperately needs more characters at the state it's at now. Right, we're approaching maybe 40, and the more we add, of course, it's going to increase the barrier for entry. It also makes going to make the game harder to balance. You know, you always have to keep characters separate and distinct from each other, but eventually you'll get to a point where they all become a bit of a kind of homogenous mess. So I don't think we really need more characters. I'm kind of happy with the rate we get them now. Could even stand to slow it down, perhaps, as long as they're all well worked on, well researched, and aren't Lifeweaver. That would be cool.
Yeah.
He does kind of ruin my day. But in terms of bans, I think the way we're doing it here is definitely great for entertainment. Maybe not the best, perhaps for esports with the rolling bans, meaning the competitions keep changing. But maybe at the beginning of a series, bans could kind of come in. Ban, I don't know, 4 DPS, 2 tanks, 2 supports, something like that, and go from there. So that I would love to see. You could do it in like a veto system similar to Valorant or CS, and that would really give each match its own individual flavor, its own kind of theme going through. But it would also mean each match is going to be so different from the other ones. I don't think we'd mind the perhaps lack of diversity between series.
Yeah. It's always interesting, looking across to other esports to see if they're maybe doing something that we could do here in Overwatch to try and spice it up. I absolutely agree with you. The rate of heroes, each new hero, it becomes more difficult to create than the last. They definitely struggled with Lifeweaver, but Alari is pretty awesome. I gotta say.
I'm really enjoying her so far. I think she's a hero that could never exist in the base game. For those of you with long memories, remember back in the day when Mercy had the highest healing in the game with 60 HPS? Alari has like a possible peak of like 160. It's a crazy, but I think because of the way she's designed now, her with her healing mainly on a resource and a turret with some very strong damage, but she also has pretty strong weaknesses. She doesn't have that much actual DPS, even though her damage is quite high. So her shield break is very poor, and she doesn't have that much survivability to dive. So if she's played, assume she's going to get jumped on a lot, and there's not really much counterplay she has to that. Her shift doesn't get her that far. The boop isn't massively impactful. So I think she's well balanced. I think she has her own niche. She's distinct from the rest of the cast, and she's a hero I'm very excited to get into the hands of professional players. And we've only heard rumors of that so far, but apparently they're having a lot of fun with her.
Yeah, I mean, if you think Alari's impactful in your games, just wait until she's played with precise aim. That's when things really get found out if someone is overpowered. And of course, we have another game mode when we played this weekend, but Flashpoint was just added, which now means we have 5 game modes. So in the 5-map series, you don't need to go back to Control. Each one is individual. And I started to think, usually we have like a set, order of mappings. Maybe we start to do game mode vetoes for the start of a series. So, we veto, push, and then control, and then hybrid, then payloads. Okay, we start with Flashpoint, and then do that for the second map as well. I don't know if that's a hot take, but I think that would be an interesting way of doing things as well. I'm always looking for a way to spice up a community tournament. I think it's fun that way.
I think that would definitely be interesting. Especially because you could definitely force the style you want just based off of game mode. You're always going to find a little bit more tanky compositions on push. You're always going to see a little bit more long ranged on escort. So that would definitely be really interesting to see. And one thing I am kind of curious about is where we see Flashpoint get played in the kind of quote unquote standard Overwatch format. We're used to starting Control, kind of looping through. But if Flashpoint is going to be played as a replacement for that map 5 Control, firstly, I think it's a kind of a loss. I think the map 5 Control deciders have always gone the distance. We've always given us some of the most entertaining Overwatch. So I maybe like to see it at the beginning, but then because it's only going to be on map 5s, we're going to have a game where we maybe see slightly less. So I'd love to see the format evolve a little bit to reflect the changing game, and maybe we get some rotation for what order the map's in.
Yeah. I mean, not only is it game changing, but the potential change of what the Overwatch League may be or may not be in the future as well. Things are looking uncertain right now in Overwatch esports, but I'm always of the opinion that while it might get worse, it will then get better. I think we got to take a hit to keep on moving. Um, Good old Rocky taught me that one. Uh,
I mean, I haven't seen Rocky, but I agree with the sentiment. So
you haven't
I
seen
think
Rocky? What?
no, I haven't. I don't get to watch many films. I'm normally just watching Overwatch instead. So
There's
kind of
6
fills all the
Rocky
time.
films and 3 Creed films. How have you not seen a Rocky?
I I mean, all the Rocky films came out before I was born, so I'm too much of a young'un.
I guess me too. Most of them. I think only Rocky Balboa came out while I was alive.
I should watch Creed though. I saw like a clip on YouTube. I was like, that looks kind of sick.
Yeah, Creed's cool. I like how they uh, make the fight cinematic. Anyway, talking about cinematic, we have a full lobby, and that is very cinematic to me because it means we will be getting into it at some point very shortly, and we'll start to hear what the bans will be for the maps and for the heroes. And we'll be getting into our winners bracket as a reminder because of Community Gaming, the all-in-one platform for hosting tournaments. It is $150 on the line throughout these 3 teams. Of course, the top 3 spots, they all get a piece of the prize pool, but that number 1 slot is what you want to get the most moolah you can.
Yeah, definitely. We got Galera Esports, Reality Check, and Ultimate Untitled all be fighting it out for the top spot. Everyone's in the money who's still in the competition, but they want a little bit more than that, and that is what this final day of the tournament is here to decide. So this first battle, again, for third and second place respectively, the person who goes on here is out of the tournament. They get a $30 consolation prize, and big bucks will go to the big boys in the final, $50 and $70 for first and second place. And that's what these 2 teams, or 3 teams, sorry, are really looking for. That's what they're fighting for. And it's what only one of them will eventually be awarded.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have full lobby. We'll be getting into it shortly. We've been waffling for a solid 22 minutes. Which, sometimes you just got it to. In EU, as everyone wakes up, they rub their eyes and they get things rolling. As it looks like the bans are rolling in now, and I'm very excited to see because we both talked about how they're kind of brawly composition based teams. So to see who gets banned here will be interesting as we actually have our first hero ban, which is going to be Winston.
Winston is a ban that definitely shapes the game as it is. I think Winston's a meta-defining hero right now, so no, maybe lessened ability to play these dive compositions is going to make this game play so much more differently. Playing maps like Hollywood, like Dorado, for example, are going to be an entirely different ballpark, and so instantly it's shaping up pretty interestingly. But our second ban has come through. Symmetra is out of play, which is going to impact these brawl compositions a lot more. There's going to be so much less utility that Reinhardt can get on vertical maps if you can't simply teleport on top of somebody's head and start swinging. But
especially since we actually saw that as well yesterday, a team TPing around on Oasis. But for Lijiang Tower, you can no longer now TP to the window of Night Market. You can no longer TP out of spawn for any of the other games, or even TP and Lijiang Gardens into the center of the point. That's a lot of very niche utility gone for Brawl, but I like that. It's a very directed choice there.
And it also just changes the style you have to play your Brawl compositions, because it doesn't really make the composition any weaker where you want to play Brawl, right? In a lot of spots like Mecha Base and arguably like Control Center, you don't actually end up playing Symmetra all that much, just because you can play your Hanzo or your Sojourn, or on new patch, Cassidy is going to be very meta again because you have the extra 25 points of health, which really do make a difference in compositions like this. So it's just going to change the state of the game, going to allow the hit scan player to be on a comfort pick and to put out the output that they possibly can, rather than being in Symmetra and having to play for the team just a little bit more.
Well, we have everyone in the lobby now. I think Horrocks was a little bit behind. Someone in chat said he said coming, which I don't know if he meant like the AAA is coming because his cars broke down, or if he was just screaming. But as the teams that are ready will be getting into this at any point. Winston is banned, so you're unlikely to see dive. If you do, it either has to be the Doomfist or the Diva there.
Play
And of
Wrecking
course,
Ball as well.
well, with Wrecking Ball, it does play a little bit different,
Yeah,
with
it goes sometimes like in between a poke composition and a dive comp a lot of the time.
Mhm.
You're less focused around like big dives going in with your Winston bubble and more focused around waiting for a mistake and punishing that. But it's still, I would argue, plays as a dive composition most times. Possible to play it as a pure poke, but that gets a bit janky.
Yes, it does. Well, there's a lot of familiar names across the board in these teams. Some of them have won many Arena 51 tournaments in the past. Can they do it again today? Well, we're about to find out as we will be heading to the wonderful, beautiful Lijiang Tower. As the lobby hasn't exactly set up correctly yet. Classic. But we will be starting on Control Center. Pardon me. So, are you expecting just to see two Broadcoms come out here then, basically?
There's not a reality where that doesn't happen. Even in standard patch, even with regular teams, that's what people play almost 99% of the time. But when you can't play Winston, and these two teams have showed such a willingness to play these Brawl comps, I don't see a reality where that doesn't come through. So the question maybe isn't, do we see Brawl or do we not? But what flavor of Brawl do we reckon's coming out here, Gio?
Well, it looks like Reinhardt's across the board. Screw that damn Ramattra character. And, I mean, there's two key differences between the support line. If you play a Moira over playing the Baptiste, you're playing for that Coalescence build. It builds very quickly, and therefore you want to be playing around it. Pretty much every other fight is when you'll get that.
Yeah, you are missing out on the utility of the lamp though, and so the tank will have to be a little bit more passive as we do begin to get into the action. Bastion versus the Junkrat Corsa with a more consistent damage, but the peaks that Sonder can bring would be very high, but he goes down early.
Already goes the Bastion, that key hero here on the composition for the set of reality check. And right now, they're getting one for themselves as they have to back up here without their core damage dealer, giving control over to Galera.
And Brawl is a composition that's so focused on every single player doing their job. If there's a single person going down, the composition essentially doesn't function. So Bastion lost early means they just have to disengage. And with Sonder back, they're now re-engaging, but a lovely Mabel splits the team.
Yeah, those Maywalls are so important. A big charge takes down JJPT. Sonder this time getting vengeance. Immortality Field needs to come out to keep the tank alive, but meanwhile they have taken out the key members. Sonder's vengeance is being felt.
And that will be the cap coming through in pretty short order. Just 27% will be all that Galera Esports have accrued, and it really was off the back of Siva Art, who put a brilliant preventative Mei wall to stop Sakurajima going down early. JJPT went a little bit too deep to punish, and by that time it was too late. The point has been capped, and now the artillery form is out. But it won't find anyone just yet.
Nice and early, like I was talking about, comes out. Immortality Field forced early. Shatter finds nothing but shield there for JJ. Now a charge to get out. Horrocks needs to be careful, doesn't get caught. Blizzard chucked in there, might just catch out Sakura. Now they're in a tough position. Big charge will eliminate them. And the Bastion taken out. Even with that Ironclad passive, not enough to hold in here as it looks like Galera. They're taking back control here. JJ needs to be careful though that they don't get staggered and they get control without being staggered.
Absolutely textbook Blizzard usage from Lukey Boy. Tosses the Blizzard behind the amplification matrix, knows that players are likely to be playing behind there anyway, and even if not, it denies that particular ultimate. This time, manages to get the punish onto Sakurajima, and back in control are Galera Esports. But watch out for the Blizzard of Siva Art. Horrocks is going to have to use the Lucio speed and the beat to peel out a frozen member, should it connect.
Of course, Horrocks looking for that one as the Blizzard comes out. Lucky enough, they don't need to beat for it yet, which means they can aggressively beat coming in with the tire as well. Watch out for it. Immortality Field gets a save. Lucky Boy goes down. Shatter finding purchase this time because Sakura doesn't get it into the shield. Now looks like
Fuga dies the death mines.
Oh no, the martyrdom. It works sometimes, and that's just unfortunate. But it's very back and forth so far between these teams.
Yeah, very balanced, definitely. And this time it will be Reality Check who have established control. Again, the window from Linrax can be so strong. Galera have to respect it, especially when Sonder has that assault configuration active to do so much damage with the turret form. And no assaults from Galera, they're going to have to take a dry fight.
Window comes up, gets walled off, however. Now, the Bastion still firing through it. Tommy can't handle that amount of damage. It is traded. The core healing for both teams gone. But JJ gonna feel it the most. Sakura trying to stay alive against Horrocks, trying to hound down on them, holding the shield for their dear life. Does it enough for the rest of the team to take control? We're in the high 80 percentile now.
And what that means is last fight territories. A singular fight will separate Control Center from falling away over Reality Check and Galera having another shot. And Sonder wants to stop even that happening, using the artillery formation early to try and harangue them as they enter the points.
B comes out, nice and aggressive. Shatter yet again blocked by Sakura, proving himself to be keen with knowing when that Shatter is coming out. The Blizzard onto point. Is it going to find anyone here? Does it create enough space? That's the question. Tyre comes out, takes out Sonder. That's that core damage gone for Reality Check. An opportunity now for Galera to take control as Corsa is just destroying everyone on the field. Sakura takes some out, but it's not enough as Tommy finds Booga. It's a difficult one, but GG back on the Doomfist now. They will get back fast, take control, but now they don't have a Reinhardt.
Yeah, the contest Doomfist a tale of all this time, and JJPT manages to make it work. But yeah, as you mentioned, no Reinhardt is going to mean this composition is now a mishmash more than a combined strat. JJPT going to have to struggle to find the same value and shut down the Shatter of Sakurajima. But an early Blizzard ruins their offensive move.
Yeah, and they've been cut off completely. Sonder takes control by taking out Horrocks. Shatter is going to find Corsa. And now Reality Check are in a brilliant position, and this hybrid composition of Galera is not going to work out for them. A window to put a nail in the coffin there. Horrocks does fly onto point with a beat, but this one's pretty much sealed for Reality Check here as they hold it out on Control Center.
I don't see a way for Corsa and Lucky Boy to turn this. There are respawns here, but no healers, no ultimates, and 5 players alive for Reality Check means that, yeah, should be going in their favor. 99 to 99 at the end of the time, and Control Center was close, definitely. No one can argue that, but in the end, having to swap off the Reinhardt was, I think, the death knell of Galera Esports here. JJPT not managing to find the same impact on the Doomfist on the early Blizzard that they dropped. Had ruined Galera's attempt to set up early, set up aggressive. It got a kill and forced so much positioning that from there it was all over but the crying. And now coming on to Gardens, we expect a very different look. Brawl very often played here with the Symmetra, but remember, Symmetra is banned out, so there's going to need to be some improvisation if these teams want to continue playing Brawl, or if not, we could see a very different composition playing through. Looks like Doomfist may dive, I guess, from the side of Galera, and it's the same old Bastion Brawl that we're seeing from Reality Check.
Now, they also have a Brig to protect the Ana, but the question is, from what? You banned Winston. Do you think they're going to come in on a Doomfist or a Ball? Well, it looks like they haven't. They are keeping on this composition with the Bastion. It's worked well for them, but this is going to be a difficult composition to find
just swapped Junkrat.
Individual. Oh, you're right. Yeah, they've walked back and swapped onto Junkrat, and the point has already swapped to Reality Check because they can just control the point, and yeah, they're just being slowly spammed out, but nothing's really getting found.
It's going to take so long to spam out this composition with all the sustain it has, but that's the game plan that Galera Esports want to try and leverage. A nice anti onto Linrax will force the lamp, and the fight begins to break down now.
Sonder with that turret mode takes out Lucky Boy. There is a trade as Corsa sneaks round the back, gets that rat attack, takes out Linrix. Sakura needs to be careful, doesn't have that Baptiste. but still charges forward very bravely, perhaps a little too bravely, gets taken out, and here's the opportunity for Galera to get control of the point, and this is going to be much harder now for the side of Reality Check to get onto this point.
Definitely, and it's going to be also very hard for Reality Check to find targets to really try and take down as long as the supports play passively. As you mentioned earlier, Horrocks might have a bit of a rough time on this Brigitte, but coming up to Rally has an opportunity to have plenty of impact here, but the Nano Boost from Tommy is the big ticket item, likely going on to Lukey Boy to ruin the day of Reality Check.
Here comes the tire, taking a big out. That might just be enough because the beat was ready from them. Now the Nano onto the Echo, trusting Lukey Boy to get that damage. Sakura gets nanoed up, needs to back up, and Reality Check without their Lucio are struggling to get onto point. Now Big is back, they're going to utilize the Blizzard, but no one gets caught with it. Gets some space on point, but the duplicate onto the Mei to try and get the Blizzard. Both support ults coming out from Reality Check, keeping them alive here. They still don't have the point, however, as Corsa finds Linrax, and again, they've lost their core healing. I can't hear.
Yeah, and it will just be the cleanup coming through, and Galera Esports established control in that fight. The spawn ult from Sunder shows to me that this Bastion is likely to swap very soon, deciding it's maybe not the play here. And doesn't look like it will catch anyone just yet. A smattering of damage onto the Ana, and that will be it. And yet over to the Cassidy to shut down Lukey Boy. They've decided this Echo is a problem on one that they want fixed. So we'll see if that has the intended effects or not as they begin to cross the bridge.
Storming forwards here, JJ in a bit of trouble. That's going to get the Nano. Tommy needs to be careful with their positioning, but Sakura is just going to get bursted down by the Nanoed Mecha. Doesn't get the Shatter out. It's 90% now. They don't have their tank. A massive anti-nade is going to hit two of the members, but JJ's alone. Utilizes the bomb to stay alive. Takes out the Immortality field, and Reality Check have been completely melted here.
Yeah, Booga just died to the trap. It's just Sakurajima and Siva Art, but with no sustain, it should be some quick cleanup, and that it is. When it comes to playing the dive versus the Brawl composition, then clearly Galera Esports were on top. We came out with a great counter pick and absolutely no answers from Sakurajima and Co. And that's where we're going all the way here on Lijiang Tower. If Control Center was close, Gardens, a wipe, Night Market has the opportunity to do both. Again, no Symmetra on the card, so we can't do any window TP strats. Other than that, plenty is open, and it doesn't look like either side wants to stop. Both sides sticking to their guns, but I'm not sure that's entirely wise from the side of Reality Check.
Yeah, especially on this map where those two ideas of Brawl versus like an aerial spam, they really come to clash here on this particular map in Night Market. But the core thing is you don't have Symmetra, so you can't TP, the distance. You need to go through and get spammed if you want to touch point.
We'll see if it ends up happening. The Zenyatta backline from Horrocks is a good adaptation. They realize that no one's realistically going to pressure the Ana, and so extra damage is going to be a little bit more value. See if that ends up working out, as instantly we see control of the point established for Reality Check, but the point hasn't unlocked yet, so they cannot begin accruing percentage.
Is this good for them, or is this just doom? Because this is looking quite familiar to what happened on Gardens, and once they were taken off the point, they lost control. They just couldn't regain it again. So if the side of Galera can take them out here, then it'd be great. But Corsa caught out this time on the sneaky rat play. Now there's a bit more opportunity for the side of Reality Check to hold in here against Galera, as they're just playing smart here, not taking the spam unnecessarily, and gonna demech JJ. This is looking a little bit better here than it was on Gardens.
Yeah, Corsa got a little bit too greedy with that Junkrat flank, a little bit too aggressive there, and had absolutely no tools to try and escape, so it was an easy opening pick. And the fact that Galera haven't really been challenging for control of the point means that we're already at 40%, and with Corsa going down early again, that bank is just going to keep building and building.
Yeah, Corsa's getting crashed right now. A crash course in icicles to the head. And if you can't be doing your sneaky plays, then you're going to get a whole lot less done being forced to play on the main choke. And then you're just funneling damage into basically where Reality Check want you to be.
We'll see if it ends up occurring. JGPT over to the Ramattra. The Nano Boost invested onto him, and the Nemesis form soon to get the fist going. But the zoning Deadeye catches nothing, gets slapped.
Yeah, gets slapped up, can't be shooting through that window, and finally the sneaky plays of course are going to work out. I think switching to the Ramattra gives them that spam ability from afar, but also the brawl once the Nano comes through. They finally take control, but it's 85% from Reality Check. They only need to get control once more.
Yeah, if they manage to flip again, there should be able to be a touch, but not really combined fire. It'd be much easier as well if Galera swapped to some faster picks. But either way, they really are not in a position where they want to be giving up anything. The Tire, the Transcendence, those are going to be the tools they want to use. The Annihilation will be up in relatively short order as well. But again, the Brawl composition just trying to get on top of Horrocks and Lukey Boy, and this time the Zenyatta goes down.
Yeah, that entire rotation was all about finding the Zenyatta and the Blizzard solo onto the Ramattra, but that's going to get them that control. This Tire needs to be a miracle here, but it's not. It's Sonder says this is the reality. There ain't no miracles. 90% here. Panic touches need to come out now from Galera with 96 remaining. They just touched, but Horrocks goes down. JGPT is going to be able to get this Annihilation, but right into a beat. Meanwhile, the rest of their team has been taken out with a shatter. This Annihilation needs to get 5. It's not going to be possible. They've won it out here. Have Reality Check on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, just cleaning up the solitary Lucio and won't be able to touch the point. It looks like Reality Check have indeed won Lijiang Tower, and I have to say, a big mistake by Horrocks at the end there. Had the Transcendence, elected not to use it to save his own life, but that pick meant that Reality Check could just snowball that final fight 4-on-5. Didn't give JGPT enough time to charge an Annihilation that could have been fight turning, and instead, Transcendence doesn't get used at all. Horrocks has to swap to the Lucio to try and touch, and yeah, gonna be absolutely kicking himself after that one. It's given Reality Check a map that maybe could have been a little bit closer had that play gone a slightly different way. Bit rough for Galera, but such is life.
Yes. Now, though, with hero bans and them seeing the Reality Check are more likely to play the Reinhardt than them, is the likelihood of banning a Lucio or a Reinhardt a little bit higher possibility now for Galera?
Yeah, they could if they want, but I'm not sure that's kind of in their... not their wheelhouse, but I'm not sure that's something they'd love to do. I also think that kind of deciding to give up on Brawl entirely after you've only given up like a point playing the Brawl on Brawl, I think that's a bit quick of them, perhaps a bit hasty, so they could definitely still stay on it, but they might like to take out that Cassidy maybe that was kind of ruining their day, make it a lot harder for their Echo player to get as much value as maybe they could have were they unharried playing against maybe a Hanzo, for example. So that might be a pick they look towards as well. And from Reality Check, they have plenty of options, to be honest. Galera Esports tried a bunch of different picks, and they only really lost against the D.Va composition, so could be an easy hero to take out early, make sure the Mech Warrior could no longer be played against the Brawl you seem insistent to run. But we'll have to see.
Could also ban Bastion, yeah, because we saw them specifically play that Bastion a few times, but then, you know, that's a very map specific thing, especially if we're going into King's role, you're more likely to see the Bastion come out again. So, you know, if that's where we end up going, then that's more chance of that Bastion being banned. Then on the other side, if you ban the Junkrat, then Corsa can't play those, you know, sneaky plays. Maybe they're a bit of a Junkrat oriented player, and you take that off the board. I mean, if you can sniff out that someone on the opposing team is a one trick, then you have the best option ever in a in a ban tournament.
Entering a hero ban tournament as a one trick would be definitely one of the choices of all time. I'll put it that way. Like, what are you supposed to do? Your hero gets banned. GG's, guys. I'm not playing. Like, I'm not sure. that would be very interesting, definitely. So I would expect none of these players are one tricks, specialists maybe, but should at least have options should most of their heroes be banned. I would really hope there's not a player who simply has zero options. But
Yeah,
we'll have to see in the end.
yeah, and it looks like as they're talking, I think Eichenwald has been banned.
Uh,
Uh, yes, Eichenwald
yes.
has been banned. Um, so there's now the option of going to King's Row or going to Hollywood. I think is the map pool. I should know the map pool, by the way. But it looks like the choice has been made there, and we're maybe going to Hollywood. It seems like I foresee in the future. So in terms of what the hero bans could be, you're now thinking more dive orientated, right? Because of those high grounds.
I mean, you have to. It is essentially impossible, I think, to play Hollywood without playing Dive, unless you are the London Spitfire. And even so, you really do need a Symmetra to maneuver around, but absolutely gone. So, yeah, I fully expect Dive compositions to be played. It is stylistic what Dive tank we see, but the normal pick here would probably be a D.Va. Now Winston's gone as well. So that would be my guess. The DPS, there are some variation of what you can play. You could maybe Sombrus, Tracer, Hitscan, Hanzo, something along those lines. But continuing to break rule here would be absolute madness for either team, I think. No matter how good you are at it, it's just a map that's so rough to play it into. There's so many high grounds which you're going to struggle to take away, so many chokes that forcing through you're going to take too much damage, and not enough close range fights for you to be able to take where your Reinhardt or your Matcher can get big value, too much spam, I think, to get through there. So Brawl here would be absolutely insane, but we do have our first ban coming through. Junkrat, I believe, will be banned for reality check.
Yeah, that's fair enough. We kind of foresaw that possibility. Corsa did seem to lean towards the Junkrat, so if you can ban that out, maybe you sniff out a potential OTP, or at least you sniff out something where they're just feeling really comfortable on it. And the other side have chosen a very good choice, in my opinion, banning Sombra, and I think we can all rejoice
I
at
actually
that
like
one.
Sombra. I like Sombra.
I mean, I know you do. I remember in Battle for Glasgow, even as a caster,
Yeah.
I still heard you counting down your EMPs.
Hey, man, I had to make sure everyone heard them, even the enemy team.
Yes, the psychological warfare.
But I think a lot of players find Sombra frustrating because she can kind of appear out of nowhere and kind of ruin your day. But I think kind of because of the way she's balanced, it makes it quite hard for her to find an individual impact if you're kind of playing relatively close to your other support or a tank, the peel, normally enough to stop that kill coming through. So I think she's fair and balanced, even if she can be a little bit frustrating most of the time. But if you want to avoid people playing your counter comp, then Sombra is an amazing pick. No more EMP to ruin the day of Galera Esports. It should be probably Tracer Hanzo most days. A good honorable matchup, and one Galera Esports hope they can take.
Yeah, Tracer Hanzo, potentially even Echo as well. Still, an option. We already saw Galera play some Echo there. Obviously, Reality, we only saw them play the Brawl, so now, crucially, they have swapped out some of their players. They've subbed out Sakura and in, I believe, the player of Velvet. And I do know Sakura is their Rhine player. So that means we are going to be seeing some form of other composition. Perhaps Velvet is a traditional off-tank player and we'll be seeing D.Va come out. Or, even more particular, Doomfist, which we have seen some teams, if they have a good Doomfist, can get good synergy. However, it's usually with a Sombra, which is no longer possible.
And speaking of Doomfist, that's what I'm going to assume we're going to be seeing out of Rift as well, who's subbed in for JJPT, a DPS player by trade. But, I mean, with Doomfist converting over the role, there are plenty of damage players who can definitely contest the best on that particular hero. But we'll have to see. It looks like we've got some role tomfoolery happening on the side of Galera anyway, so it might take a little while for that all to be sorted out. But Hollywood, as we mentioned, big high grounds, lots of high grounds, impossible to play Brawl, dive 24/7, and should be a lot of fun, especially if you enjoy watching those hit scans clash.
Absolutely. Well, as we head to Hollywood here in our losers final, I should say, we will be finding out who will be making it with the stars in the grand finals with Alternate Esports, as it looks like Galera Esports here looking to opt for the Wrecking Ball choice. Very spammy here, and yes, the Tracer, which we predicted. Now, what we wouldn't have predicted is the Moira with this composition. I'm kind of confused on what this does.
I mean, in a similar composition, we see a Lucio maybe, and Anna, perhaps. Moira here, I kind of understand. You can follow up with your dives, you can play on your own, but you're going to struggle healing a lot of players. So I expect Tommy to kind of full pocket Corsa, Horrocks can play with Rift, and Lukey Boy on the Wrecking Ball can kind of play on his own. But so using the third person peek to spot out the composition, they can base their fight plan around this. And with this kind of poke composition with the Mei, Sonda and Booga are going to be the particular targets for this dive composition to try and blow up.
Well, Sondra and the Hanzo looking for those snipes. They can get a headshot onto this Tracer. It's a one and doneer. Of course, got the Mei as well to try and muck up those rotations of the Wrecking Ball, but Lucky Boy not getting caught up as of yet. As Sondra takes a high ground, finds the head of the Kiriko. Horrocks goes down. That's a lot of that sustain. Gone now. The utility of the Suzu not available. Meanwhile, Tommy in the backline gets slapped up. Bye-bye. And that's a nightmare that you will never wake up from. That's an arrow in your head. Sondra is just dominating the field.
Definitely, and now just Lukey Boy left to try and get a stall. Maybe a touch can come through, but most definitely not a fight, and instead the Bull chooses to tuck his tail in between his legs and try and escape. And a bit of a compositional matchup here. A mismatch here, sorry. With the poke composition we're seeing from Reality Check seems explicitly designed to counter this bull dive that we're seeing out of Galera Esports. The Torbjorn pick there to probably mark a counter dive, but not one that ended up coming out, and they're just trying to chase for stagger kills here. Corsa again going down, and doesn't look like there's any chance for the trade as Sonda continues to find value.
Yeah, I bet they're rushing that they pant Hanzo at this rate.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, even the Mei is finding value where, you know, it's a little harder to basically get traps with the walls. You're basically just looking to interrupt movement, but even that small interruption is working, like interrupting them from getting to that left.
And it's so many sightlines now that this Torbjorn won't have, as it make it so much harder scaling this dive. We see everyone on the higher ground and the Coalescence in early, but Tommy may just go down. He does!
Oh, and that's a lot of that healing going, lots of that flank as well, as Velvet is making the map look red with all these eliminations. The Nano into the Hanzo. Now that's a brave choice, but also you can just tell they trust this player to pop off.
I mean, why not when you're finding value like this? Why not hyper invest into a Hanzo if they're just going to headshot two people every single fight? The Blizzard here as an insurance policy, just locking down one of the chokes, and yep, Cap will come through. 5 minutes 20 seconds. Reality Check are in control here.
Yeah, the Blizzard's not really going to be able to get anyone down because it's such a movement-based composition you're against. I guess that's why it had a little bit of a flare. Sondra's just not stopping. Sondra just keep going, looking for more, potentially looking to get one of the supports. But what do you think of the Zarya choice now on third point?
It's not a pick I'm massively a fan of. It requires a lot of investment and maybe less result than you could often get, but if your DPS are happy to play with very few resources, I mean fair enough, means that Velvet will have to respect that Lukey Boy's positioning a little bit more, but other than that might be a little bit rough, but the Coalescence is going to force everyone back.
Coalescence forces them back, then the Dragon to try and cut off Lukey Boy, but they have the bubbles to keep themselves alive for now.
Horror size anyway.
Oh yeah, so it does now opportunity for the attack inside to keep this pressure up, as Savart goes down to the Molten Iron on the ground there. Sondra looking for an off flank here to try and get that Torb off the field. but they're still struggling. I mean, D.Va doesn't have a whole lot of avenues here, so that beam can go through that D.Va Matrix, and Nano goes onto Velvet, allowing them to go very deep. I mean, talk about deep. They're in the Grand Canyon right now. They're completely alone. They find one, but they trade themselves for it. Meanwhile, the Gravon point isn't going to find too much, but it is going to hold them up for now, and I think maybe a bit of an overcommitment there from Reality Check.
Definitely some Ultimates they're going to be wanting back. The Nano Boost, the window didn't find too much of anything, and now they are in control. Are Galera Esports. A little bit of charge on Lukey Boy and a Nano Boost as well to invest onto him. Going to be putting out so much damage that Velvet just can't defense Matrix. So that should be the fight next. I expect to dry one out of Reality Check, and after that they can reinvest, getting some Ultimates out of Galera.
Now, Lukey Boy just being the one to be the doorstop on this payload. Nano goes out onto them, followed by the Dragon, takes the VAR out. Vigo, however, finding Horrocks to trade it up. Meanwhile, though, the Immortality Field has been forced out because Velvet is going to get demeched anyway because of that use of the Nano, and the stagger is going to be a little bit rough for Velvet.
That it is. Just will be bullied, will be staggered, and gonna have to use the Bunny Blaster to spam up another mech, and a late kill here would be absolutely humongous. Galera aren't fishing for it though. They're happy to just let the ultimate slowly charge. And they're building up to the Gravison Surge of Lukey Boy, and absolutely no counters for that. Gonna have to be a Maywall and a Lamp to speculatively try and keep the rest of the team up when it comes through. Defense Matrix as well could be a counter, but it's a little bit telegraphed from Velvet.
Yeah. That would be a difficult one from Velvet, but of course it will be on their mind here. The classic Grav Eat, but Zavar has already been forced into their ice block. Here comes a Blizzard, combined with the bomb, but because the mech was gone, it was an easy Grav. The follow-up there not there because of those walls and Immortality Fields that you talked about, forcing the Dragon now to come out from Sonder. Splits up the field momentarily, but not enough to find anything with. Sonder forced out on the flank. Meanwhile, the Molten Core takes out Savart. I think they got themselves a little bit walled off there, and Reality Check again on the back foot.
Yeah, the Grav didn't get any kills, but it did win out the resource trade massively. Plenty of damage, gets the Lamp, the Maywall, a lot of defense matrix out, and Velvet's mech does eventually go down because of it, and that's why Galera were able to convert a relatively cheap fight, and they have both supportals here to leverage, often some of the strongest in the game. And this should mean a free fight win for Galera. Reality Check, though, decided they're back to basics, back to their bread and butter, back to Brawl. Staying on the Ana, though, is going to mean they're going to be very slow to rotate here.
Yeah, slow rotate, but they will have a lot of healing and utility. It's a massive anti-nade, though, from the defense, forcing the Immortality Field to come out early. The Nano into Lukey Boy is going to force Velvet to think twice again. But Sonder on the Cassidy, turning it around, forcing the beat to come out for the defense to sustain. Meanwhile, Rift has been found. Big charge onto Lukey Boy there. It's looking very good for Reality Check here, as it's going to be staggers onto the points here for the side of Galera, as Reality Check, one by one, gets these players to be taken out. Goomba Stomp onto Tommy to try and full stop this. Lukey Boy just touches there with the Wrecking Ball. Rift gets taken out. It's going to be very tough for Galera to wait this one out. They need 17 seconds if they want to get this to overtime, but that's unlikely, as the brawl just works out brilliantly. Even though Velvet isn't the choice Reinhardt for Reality Check.
Oh, definitely, but it did end up working out anyway. I think both sides are going to be happy with that. It was a very strong defense of the last point there by Galera, but definitely be kicking themselves that they had to get it to that point at all to begin putting up any points. Putting up a strong defense, sorry. And I think from Reality Check, they were stymied there at the end a little bit longer than they would have wanted. But most importantly, they did manage to finish with time. So that's going to be a massive boon if we do end up going to extra innings. And it's a big task, definitely, for Galera to try and kind of equal that time bank, equal completing the map, and hopefully not get stymied on the third point in much the same way. Going to be interesting seeing what both teams decide to do compositionally. Remember, this time, Galera have the advantage of those closer spawns, so they can swap very early. The Zarya pick early on from Lucky Boy. But yeah, full changing over to the Pharah composition with the Wrecking Ball. This is definitely, I think, what they're running out of spawn on. And it's a great counter, I think, to what we're seeing out of Reality Check.
Yeah, it'll be up to the double flex support coming out again from Galera to... Sorry, from Reality Check to deal with that Pharah Mercy. Because, well, you went for a Torb Mei D.Va. It's a very curious choice of DPS to match with a D.Va there, but actually not going for the Pharah Mercy there. Maybe, okay, maybe they see the D.Va and they don't want to try it, perhaps.
It's what it looks like, but over this Torb Zarya composition, going to focus plenty around setting your DPS up on angles. Your Zarya runs it down main with the Kiriko pocket. Not a combo I'm in love with, but we'll see if maybe Galera have been cooking. And taking high ground instantly away from this D.Va comp is very strong. It's going to make this Mei in particular is going to struggle to find value, but they cannot let themselves get caught up in Cleveland here because they're going to lose out the HP trade.
Well, if you're going to cook in any tournament, this is the one. Velvet looking for those boops, doesn't get anything. Just force a bit of a inefficient placement of the turret. Velvet again with a boop onto Lucky Boy now. Gets walled off. There's the opportunity. Beautiful coordination there from the defense. And that's going to force Galera back momentarily as they don't have that tank. Tommy in a bit of a tough position. I don't think has their TP yet.
It should be back by about now, so should be able to escape, but just dies?
Okay.
Okay, that's a massive mistake, but with Corsa going down relatively soon as well, it's not the end of the world. Making changes now over to the Mei from the Torbjorn. Going to provide a little bit more utility. I think that turret was not living too long against that double poke backline. And we'll see if 5 members running down main here is a solution to all of Galera's troubles.
Aggressive big coming out here from the attacking side. But Lucky Boy in a bit of a trouble, taking so much damage from that initial amplification matrix. Savar takes Tommy down, gets traded there by Ref. The Kitsune Rush still on point for Galera. Bomb to try and make some space, and it does force Corsa to use that ice block. Now they're in a tough spot, they get taken out because of it. And it's still looking strong here. The defense of Reality Check are winning this one out again.
And the timer is beginning to get pretty low now for Galera. For 2 minutes, they haven't managed to find anything, and it seems like they're sticking on this comp. Actually, as I say that, Tommy's gone over to the Moira, so much more healing. This is a pick I like a lot more, but still, I think that the upper hand has to be Reality Check here, who have both DPS ults, so there's so much space around the point.
Velvet getting forced back there momentarily by the beam of Lucky Boy. Savart's on the high ground. Gets booped off. There's the grab, but it gets eaten up by Velvet. We talked about that earlier. The D-Mech is there still. So there's still an opportunity for Lucky Boy to get some leeway here, but the Blizzard on the point from Corsa is trying to secure it, but it's not going to be enough. The eliminations are too much, and the hammer kill coming out from Sonder.
I don't see the vision of that Blizzard. I don't see the vision of this composition either, unfortunately. And yeah, swapping over to the Wrecking Ball now. We're in last fight territory, and Galera are going to need to step it up if they don't want to go down 0-2 here in the losers final. So if they don't want to go down just one map away from elimination in this tournament, they're going to have to see some individual impact. Rift, I think, going to have to be the one to put it up, but Lucky Boy scaled now into the backline on that Wrecking Ball.
Blizzard comes out right into the back line. Ref gets taken out. 20 seconds to go and you don't have your hand, so that's tough, especially since the dragon was ready. Tommy keeping Corsa up. Takes out Savar. Oh, there's an opportunity now. But Linrax finding Horrocks. Is getting harder and harder here for the attacking side. The dragon from spawn looking to get something done. The bomb from Velvet doesn't find anything. Gets the remake, however, as well as the beat from Booga. They're holding in here. For Reality Check, it's looking good. But for Galera to get anything done here, it's going to be tough, particularly now that Tommy goes down. That fade was forced out. Rift no longer with us. And now the writing is just on the wall here. Lucky Boy trying their best on the Wrecking Ball isn't going to be enough. They're full health here, only 1 tick. A beautiful hold there by Reality Check.
A 2-0 now in the series as well. Reality Check absolutely slapping Galera for 6 here on Hollywood. First map close enough, fair enough, but this time absolutely not. Only a token defense of the 3rd point from Galera, and on the attack, I mean, absolutely crickets. Plenty of compositions coming out, but none of them seem thought out, none of them seem focused, none of them seemed particularly well designed, and unfortunately that didn't end up working out for them. The Diva comps, the Zarya comps, the Bull comps, all of them thrown at the wall, and unfortunately, Gio, nothing stuck.
Yeah, they were cooking. Unfortunately, it was with the microwave. And, yeah, that TV dinner deal of a composition just didn't quite work for them. Reality Check. I think also the fact that Reality Check have the ability to sub out Sakura, bring in Velvet, who's much more comfortable on the Diva. That also is really good in a tournament like this. I mean, you can sign up to, I believe, 9 team members, so the more flexibility you have on your team in a hero band tournament, it's certainly looking like the stronger you're going to be in a lot more different compositions when you're forced into the wacky ways of whatever the hero bands force you onto.
Oh, definitely. And I will say, we do immediately have a sub for Galera Esports first and foremost. JJPT is in, Corsa is out, and so we're not likely to see those kind of May Junkrets anymore. We've got Lukey Boy and Rift DPS line, so expect more standard Tracer, Hanzos, Echoes, what have you. JJPT going to be playing more standard tanks, your Ramatras, Reinhardts, Divas, that kind of thing. So now no more Wrecking Ball will be seen, and it looks like the ban has come through. No route. Havana will be the map of choice where Galera will try and mount their reverse sweep. Gio, do you think they got it in them?
Well, choosing Havana, that's a very different choice. Obviously, you're looking for like a Wrecking Ball kind of composition or even a Sigma, but even then, I do think the Wrecking Ball, it just overall dive compositions are just stronger right now than the other compositions. So you're thinking about those Hanzos coming out again, and we did see Sonder, however, be a very good Hanzo. So bringing us onto Havana, you might think that Galera would want to ban Hanzo because Sonder was looking so good on the Hanzo. So perhaps that's what they will do. We don't have any hero bans as of yet, though.
No, both teams, I think, deliberating a little bit. For Galera, this ban could be the difference between living on to fight another day and going down here, but Reality Check are the ones currently with the onus on them, and yeah, they decide to ban out Torb, a pick that we liked, or that Lukey Boy, I think, liked to go towards, but we won't be seeing any more of that. It's going to make it a little bit easier to play your Tracers and your Genjis, who didn't really have an effective way of breaking the turret on their rotates. And from the side of Galera... Sorry, Galera are not happy about that ban in chat.
That Barley have just banned every hero that one of the players of Galera plays. That's just hilarious. Targeted.
I think that was Corsa they banned. But yeah, that's a little bit unlucky for him. Does have to happen to somebody, unfortunately. I think it was the main supports yesterday who didn't have the funds, so it's a silly hero specialist, of course, are here. Unfortunately, won't be able to play his hero pool. But it's Galera's ban now, so what do they even take it towards? They, as you mentioned, they got absolutely dismantled by the Hanzo, so I think that'd be a perfectly strong pick here, but knowing that the Torbjorn... Oh no, they've banned Sigma. So they fully want to take the Brawl Mirror here on Havana, I'd expect.
Okay. Banning Sig, I wasn't really sure if we would be seeing Sig anyway, but it obviously does push towards certain ideas of what you want to play. So you're expecting what, like the close holds basically from these teams?
Oh, definitely. That is, I think, becoming the standard even in vanilla Overwatch with no bans, just because it allows you to milk an extra fight out of the first point, and that's so valuable. And as a comp, that's absolutely fine through second as well. You can keep playing it all there. Of course, you need to swap when you get to third, but third is an entirely different ball game to the rest of it, so I really don't think it's the end of the world to start on that Brawl composition. and both teams looking like they're in fact going to be forcing it. That being said, it's going to be very interesting seeing the third point play out if we get there. No Sigma, the Wrecking Ball player, full Galera out. I mean, what do you even begin to try and play with sightlines that long?
Well, we will be finding out as we get into Havana now, and already we will get to see at least what the defense bring out. I'm sure the attacking team will try and debate the casters, as often they do.
It's in a contract or something.
Yeah, it is in a contract. I do think I prefer nighttime Havana as well. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, though, but I'm a bit of a vampire, as I'm sure many other of the gamers watching are. So I like nighttime Kings Row, I like nighttime Havana. I'm a very basic guy.
I don't think I actually thought about it that much. I kind of just load on, play the map, and there's not normally enough time to look up at the sky, but I will say they do a very good job doing the Overwatch devs and making pretty maps. Always very aesthetic, as especially it is here on Night Havana, so I guess giving it some thought, I do have to agree with you, but yep, we got the... What in God's name am I looking at from Galera? What? They're on Pharah Mercy Reinhardt Brawl? What in God's name is this?
Well, you do sometimes see this, and it's because Pharah can play on the roof of the spawn quite a lot, and it makes it a little bit harder to just brawl v brawl the close hold. However, it does mean it's a 3v5 if they just engage the rest of the team.
Well, Firestrike getting a lot of damage early, but it looks like Reality just wants to ignore this, running through the left side, and Rift's the one to get the opening kill.
Interesting rotation here. Yeah, they're looking to like change the tides, but obviously one of them has went down. They've lost Sonder, who's now completely alone in point, and
where are they going?
Where are they going? They're now the defenders, it would seem.
It looks like they wanted to get a long weapon to sandwich them so they could avoid taking the Pharah damage. It is paying out dividends. Tommy goes down to the Voopla. Both Lucius have been traded, but with this spawn Holden, any pick does mean that they will all fall like dominoes. And as I say that, Horrocks the final one to fall. And finally, progress will be begun to be made on the payload. But no swaps from Galera.
Yep, keeping on the Pharah Mercy as well. We question the rotation, but who are we to question? Reality check. They're giving us a reality check because it worked out perfectly. They got control. Now there's going to be another fight here. They just have to watch that they're not taking the heavy spam from Lucky Boy. Of course, Sonder is checking that right now with their own angles. Taking the high ground, looking to rotate right onto the point here. Engaging with them. Casting aid. Doing its classic normal, going around the corner to find a target. Lucky Boy, I think, was looking for Barrage, gets shot out of the sky, and already we have to check dismantling the composition of Galera.
And I wasn't a massive fan of this comp when I first saw it, and having seen it in execution over a couple fights, I really do think they should be looking to swap it, and that they are. Horrocks maybe 95% of the Valkyrie, but it's not an impactful enough ultimate. I would love to see a Lucio here because JGPT is repeatedly getting caught out, unable to disengage properly without that speed boost. But looks like they're staying for the Valk at least, but please, I do need to see more resources into the Reinhardt because they're having such a rough time so far.
Yeah, well, the Valkyrie, I guess it needs to come up big here, which isn't something I think I've ever said before. High noon from Sonder, but the reverse there through the window, gonna be even better. JGPT also looking for the shatter. It was maybe a bit of an overkill, but they found it. Meanwhile, Sonder just walks into your backline and takes out your Baptiste. That's not good.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough, but Horrocks, yeah, finally making the swap, and there's the Lucio speed to get the fallen members back, so should be back in relatively short order, but there's a short while where JJPT and Lucky Boy just have to give up space because of the respawns, no supports to help them fight. But now united as 5, no ultimates to try and leverage, and on the other side it's 4, so any ultimates that Galera get out here will be a win, the more the better as they begin to engage.
Blizzard comes out right onto JGPT, takes them out, and with Horrocks gone as well, it's another quick fight. This time, again, will be a reality check, winning it out.
Yeah, I do think that Galera maybe aren't playing around the Blizzard as well as I would have liked. This typical way of healing is the Mei walling off line of sight, then using Lucius Speed and Beat, but oh, as Tommy gets picked out as well, it's going to be so long before Galera have another chance to fight for second, and they're going to have to be forcing themselves through these tight chokes where Sakurajima can swing and swing and swing. That Shatter 2 is lurking ever closer, so JGPT has to block it because there's not enough defensive utility to keep everyone healthy if it does connect onto a few.
Now, they need to get control here if they want to keep a hold of second point. Big shadow coming in from Sakura, but they went a little deep, gets counter-charged. Tommy, the one to get the credit there. JJ going to be swinging onto point as they're just getting control off the back there for Sakura. They got a little excited off the back of their own shadow.
Horrocks Day has absolutely been ruined by this magnetic grenade, taking him down again, but either way, it will be a small stabilization. The nade, though, having its after effects because the beat engage is in here early. The Blizzard catching one, Lindrak's frozen up, but it's still going to be such an awkward fight. 4-on-4 Shatter into the shield, catches absolutely nothing, but Tommy on the high ground is going to pump out so much damage, so much healing, so much value for the side of Galera Esports. Sonda going down, Sakurajima as well, and this quick re-engage has not paid dividends. Going to be equal DPS ults going into this next fight, and a minute and a half left on the time bank, so no time realistically for Reality Check to try and build into better ones. So it's on to the individuals, on to the set plays to try and find an opening here, because in control with ult advantage, Galera look absolutely poised to stop the payload as Reality Check begin to walk up the stairs again, looking for the next fight.
Rift in the backline, looking for the Blossom. Snuck up perfectly to get Bugha and Savart. And that was a beautiful, beautiful rotation from Rift. Looking nice and swift.
The flanking Deadite from Sonda was good for one. Tommy going down early, but it doesn't matter if Rift just kills your entire team. Horrocks stole the ace, but other than that, it was all over as soon as that Death Blossom came out, and 50 seconds left. This is realistically one fight territory. Sonda on the Bastion pick to try and get that done. The Amplification Matrix will increase its power, but the Mabel blocks it off.
Oh my god, the jump up from Sonder. That's a lot of damage coming for the Amp Matrix. With that turret mode, big charge there from JJ. Immortality Field forced out meanwhile. The point is being pushed by Savart in the back, and there's a shatter. JJ finally finding one. It wasn't blocked this time by Sakura, and in the final moments potentially of this match, JGPT getting that main tank differential.
Yeah, finally coming in, the first shatter to properly connect, and I think far too late for a touch to even attempt to come through. Still heroes are on the side of Reality Check, but far too far away, and there it is. Reality Check will be stymied outside of the end of second, and Galera, a decent defense.
Yeah, it looked real shaky on point one for the defense, but point two, once they got rid of that Mercy, Pharah, and went back onto the Lucio and such, it just looked a little bit better for them. So I think you were definitely right to be apprehensive about that composition. I have seen it be done, but the execution just wasn't there initially for Galera. But now they're in a good place here. Unless they get full held on Havana, which of course is possible, they don't have to push this car all too far through the map.
And I would like to see them just play standard for the rest of the game. It's been working out for them, honestly, when we've seen it come out. And when it's one of your best compositions, all your heroes are available. And, I mean, why not? What's the harm? Defenders starting out on the Casper ult. The variation, Rift looking like going to be on the Reaper, so a little bit more frontline damage, but a little bit less ranged. So it's going to be interesting stylistically. Watch JJPT and co trying to accelerate into those close range quarters. Sonda may looking to play a little bit slower, allow that poke to win the shield trade at the long range. But that's going to be the only stylistic difference. Other than that, it's going to be a mirror, and it's going to be a mirror for Galera's tournament lives here. They need to equal their opponent's progress, because if not, it could be over here. A nice Mabel gets early damage, but no one's going down just yet.
Yeah, the Immortality Field though, forced out from Linrax, and they're aware of it. They're backing up momentarily. but even off of the point. And the Maywall going to catch out Savart, who needs to force the ice wall there. Big charge. JGPT gets the better of Sakura. And already, very early on, Galera, they do look like they're on good pace.
And the fact that Reality Check chose to give space and still lost the fight is absolutely tragic for them, because it means that there may be an extra fight here on first point that they're now not able to take Sunder on. The Hans are now going to have increased damage even above the Cassidy and the one-shot potential as well, but easy pickings for the Reaper should they find a 1v1. For Sunder's sake, we'll hope that doesn't happen, but JGPT has the Shatter, so it could be absolutely huge here.
Saunders on the prowl, the bow and arrow they're keen with. Shatter is going to land. Round to Booga, gets the follow up, and they're looking very strong despite the amplification matrix. Hold up, wait a minute, turn around. The reversal might just be coming out here from the defense. Lucky Boy in a lot of trouble. If they go down, it looks like the defense will be holding out in this fight, and yeah, it's only Horrocks left.
And will be taken down late, and that swing in momentum really does come off the back of Sonda, back onto one of his comfort picks, and instantly headshots one. The momentum begins to change. Once the tides have turned, then it's Galera who are going to have to retake, but they, again, have the Blizzard, and they have the Death Blossom of Rift. This thing came up huge before, so if he charges into it, could well come up huge again.
Dragon comes out, and that's going to isolate Lucky Boy enough for Secure to get the kill. And now, that pace, it's been stopped. The locomotive is no longer in motion, as Reality Check are holding in strong here.
Yeah, they look definitely in control, and they only had to invest a single ultimate, the Dragon Strike as well, one of the cheapest there, into that last fight. Galera didn't get anything going in the early Blizzard, again gets an early pick.
Yeah, Lucky Boy again, the first one to go down, that's tough. Savart with a very well-placed Blizzard. It just looks like there's a lot of faster plays here from the defense, a lot faster and a lot more lethal.
And they also have the choke control, which Galera are repeatedly trying to walk through, so it's absolutely easy pickings to get as much value as possible from these Brawl ultimates. They get so much value off of having a grouped up team. Still, the Shatter from Sakurajima and others are here to leverage, but Lucky Boy manages to freeze up Sakurajima.
This could be what they need. The Blossom to follow up, but Sakura gets the shield up just in time. But the shield on scant health, 1 HP in a dream. Meanwhile, a bit of a trade. Ref goes down, but Tommy finding Savart is going to alleviate some pressure, especially his amplification matrix. Shatter comes out. Tommy able to jump over it. Sakura finds nothing with it that time. Sonder goes down. That's a lot of the damage gone for the defense as Booker gets shattered up, and we will be seeing Galera securing this point here. They just need to take Sakura down, and we'll be rolling on to second point.
It was a perfectly timed beat by Horrocks there to catch Lucky Boy as he was coming out of the ice block. Brilliantly played, and it's going to be 3 minutes now to get through second. About 60 meters separating Galera from the Golden Box of Victory, from going up 2-1 in the series and having a chance to begin the reverse sweep. But the Brawl on the high ground is going to be so pivotal here for the choke control, and JGPT giving up space early.
You see them just teasing with the poke right now, and I do think the defense has a better poke because, of course, you're a Reaper up against a hand, so technically in the mirror, I mean, that just speaks for itself. Blizzard coming out, a nice aggressive throw. Sakura's completely isolated, getting followed up on, goes for a wild charge. Somehow, some way, they stay alive. They've got the schmoves. Amplification matrix utilized. Oh, perfect timing on the fire strike there. Savart goes down because of it, but there's a defense with one of their own. Sakura still alive, however, looking to hold and gets the fire strike, finding Tommy. The counter charge is going to put JGPT in a terrible position, but to be fair, Galera, even losing this fight, they're right there. They're just around, there's one corner away from keeping in this series, not getting eliminated 3-0 and starting the reverse sweep.
One fight territory, but they have a lot to go up against. They're going to need to get through all 4 ultimates that Reality Check have amassed with very few tools of their own. That's going to be the greatest challenge for them. They do have a little bit of time to do it, about 1:20. as we get in. But that's 2 fights to get out, 4 ultimates to charge up their own, and the Dragon Strike from Sonda splits the team.
Dragon Strike comes out. Doesn't find any eliminations. There's a little bit of patience, but right into a Blizzard. JJ is way too deep. Can't control it. It's going to get taken out. Now you have to imagine that the rest of the team for Galera, they're just going to force any more ultimates that they can, but it looks like that's the reality check. They're well aware of what that's the plan. They're holding on to their beat here in the 40 seconds remaining.
And this is going to be the best chance that Galera have to take this map. They're going to have one fight that separates them from elimination, and they have to take it well. They will have 5 ults, all the tools in the shed, but more than a couple too for their opponents. So it's about finding value, forcing the choke, and the window early is going to get JJPT killed.
Oh, yeah, and the wall as well, so there was no follow-up. This could be it. Yeah, 13 seconds remaining, and it looks like Reality Check have stopped, have thwarted Galera, have put down their foot and said, no, we're winning this Rio, we're getting to the grand finals. Now there's an opportunity here. It's very unlikely, however, because of the amplification matrix. With Horrocks gone, that chance is a lot more diminished. Sakura swinging in deep, but they have the healing. JJ goes down on the Doomfist. Reality Check, they just need to clean up the remaining member. Lucky Boy trying to keep it alive for Galera. It's just not likely. Tommy there on point gets eliminated. Horrocks trying to touch, but it's not going to be enough. It's a 3-0 in your losers finals. And Reality Check are blitzing through the losers finals right towards Alternate Esports in the Grands.
Yeah, hungry for the rematch against Alternate Untitled. Reality Check were in control all series. There's no two ways about that. Havana came close at certain times, as did... Wait, I'm gonna sneeze.
Beautiful. Great plays there from both teams, but Reality Check, they just looked a little bit more consistent throughout, and I think Galera, yeah, they really chose some bans where I think the bans of Reality Check were a little bit more effective, if you think about it. You know, choosing to ban the Sigma, I think, was a bit of a mistake, maybe.
I have to agree with you there. I don't think Sigma was a hero that realistically was getting played anyway, and so it does feel like a bit of a wasted ban when instead you could have taken away maybe Sonda's Hanzo, or maybe you could have forced a different variety of rule, one you're more comfortable on. I'm not certain about some of those choices, but if they're the choices that have went through, Galera are going to have to live with the choices that they made, and that means they will be our third place finisher. $30 will be their reward. Reality Check still looking for the top spot, still looking to be the top dog, with their rematch against Alternate Untitled. $70 still on the line for the winner, so they're looking to ladder up an extra 20.
Yeah, you know, the third place is still good. You know, there's 8 teams overall to be in top 3. That's a solid position. And of course, you have some moolah to you know, go for it. You know, you walk into today, each team knowing that they're going to get at least some of that overall prize pool. So you're not unhappy, right? If you're Galera, because you still get a little something. And Reality Check, they're looking real good. And if you're Alternate Esports, what are you thinking right now?
It depends on what you think of Galera in a lot of ways, because yes, Reality Check did take this in a very dominant manner, but equally when you look at the match that Alternate and Reality played yesterday, again, it fell pretty dominantly in the way of Alternate Untitled, and so I don't imagine they're too stressed. You know, they could argue that Reality Check maybe underperformed yesterday or overperformed today, but either way, just because you have that historical victory, I think you're very confident that you can take the win, and to be honest, I am too. I think I've gotten winning our grand final. Don't know about you, but Reality Check, I think, will still have to step up their game if they want to be winning out the Hero Band tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, looks like we're going to have an interview from one of our Reality Check players. as Buga is situated in the waiting room, and we're going to drag them in shortly. Hello, Buga. Well, first of all, congratulations on the win.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, I suppose, first question, how did you feel that went? Did any of the hero bans, affect you guys too bad, or were you guys kind of okay with all the heroes that were banned?
We were sort of okay. We banned a few heroes that took heroes out of our pool, but it took more out of theirs, so it was actually like fine. Like they had to stop using a player who's very good at certain niche heroes, so it was quite good. But we have 3 DPS players on our team right now, so I'm on support trying to do my thing on the new role, which is pretty fun. But I think as a whole, our hero pool is quite deep, so it's actually quite. This is fun to play, and I think we're actually good with the hero bans that were in this series.
And that was the question I was going to ask. Were those bans entirely decided to take out that player? Were you deliberately trying to remove them, or they're just heroes that you thought were going to be played against you, and the ones you didn't particularly want to trifle with?
He has a very good like Sim playstyle. So that was our first map. We were like, we'll take out Sim because we have a good Sim player, but he's just as good as May, so it was fine. And then going forward, we were like, we don't really know what to ban going into the certain maps because we don't really know obviously what they play. So we just decided to take out heroes that he was comfortable on, and then eventually they had to stop using like him at all. So yeah, it pretty much worked out that way. We just started fiffing away.
Yeah, and I also want to ask you what you thought about the Pharah Reinhardt comp that Galera rolled out with on their Havana defense. Because it was definitely strange for us to see, but how did it feel from inside the server playing against that?
It was fine. It was sort of like counters our Hanzo idea, where we amp speed out spawn right side and our Hanzo plays left with a really good off angle, which works against the default rush. But so it works against that. But we just come out on Kree, like you saw. We took behind them, and then they can't really do anything with the Pharah because of they can't speed, so they can't stop any rotation from us.
Yeah, fair enough.
Very nice. Well, next step is the grand finals. How are you guys feeling about alternate esports alternate Untitled? You faced them before. Do you guys have any plans for any bans or any strats? Obviously, you don't have to tell me, but how are you guys feeling about the grand finals?
It should be fine, realistically. We know what they sort of play. We play Rush, and they're gonna ban Lucio as literally the first hero going into the map. So, which makes sense. But as you've seen, we can play the Anabap comp well. We've got a deep hero pool in our backline, so we're perfectly happy taking out supports as well because we can just keep playing. They have a flexible tank as well, so we're just going to take out some of the niche tanks that probably counter our comps and going forward. And it's always an interesting game when we get to the later maps and the bans start stacking up, and it's like, damn, like what are we picking now? What works together? And then you adopt more of like a ranked playstyle. So it's like we'll just see. But we've got sort of a shrewd idea of what we're gonna do.
All right, very nice. Well, good luck in the grand finals then. Thank you for joining us for the interview, and well, we may hear from you again after the grand finals, depending on how it goes. So good luck and have fun.
Thank you very much.
Well, folks, let's have a look at the brackets because we have now only got one more matchup to go. That's right, it's all the way down to 2 teams from 8. The top 2, alternate Untitled versus Reality Check, is going to be the grand finals. And hell, Reality Check, we're looking pretty good there. So alternate esports, they gotta be on their toes. We heard that Reality Check are expecting the Lucio ban, so they're maybe prepared there for that. That very targeted hero ban choice. It'll be an interesting grand finals, and if it goes all the way, then there's going to be a lot of heroes banned. But don't go anywhere too far, folks, because we're going to go to a short break. After the break, we'll have the grand finals, and we'll be back with that. Hello and welcome back, folks, to Arena 51. We are continuing here in the Hero Band tournament version of the arena, and we're having fun, we're having chaos, and we are in the grand finals now, folks. It's all come to this. My name is Joe. I'll be casting for today alongside Krabby and all of Krabby's personalities.
Yeah, I've got some new personalities. As you can see, Optimus Prime has joined the collection. I don't know why he's here, but he's here now, so
Very
I'm
nice.
very excited for the grand finals. I hope the teams pull out all the stops with the smart bands, as I've just been watching the games, and even though I wasn't casting them, but I've been noticing some interesting bands throughout today, and let's see what they cook up to for this grand finals match.
Yeah, it's looking good so far. Reality Check were definitely on point, and talking to Booga, we know that they're expecting a Lucio ban early on in this grand final, so it's going to get very, very, cook heavy very quickly.
Indeed. I wonder if they. But wonder what if we get to see another Simban on the starting map again, as we saw a few Simbans across today and yesterday. So will they do the Simban on map 1, especially on a map that isn't Lijiang, just to be a little annoyance? We will see. As Altera Untitled, as always, they've got the whole extended family in the lobby. They have more people in the lobby than we have production crew. So
Yeah, that is true. And there was more players in Reality Check last match, so we might see those come in, those substitute players that came in for like the likes of playing tank or whatever. But for now, we have what we have, and it's another best of 5. So that big old free number is what these teams want to secure that number 1 spot. And remember, folks, that number 1 spot's where the majority of the $150 prize pool is. $70 for number 1. Welcome to Arena 51. I don't know how much you heard or how much you didn't hear, but we're in the grand finals. It's Reality Check versus Alternate Titled. I'm Gio. This is Gravy.
hello
And
again.
you're caught up.
Yeah, we're back to where we were. I have no clue when you lost us, but don't worry, we came back. We got 2 jugs of milk just in case. And we're here to cast some grand finals as the players are just figuring out what maps they want to ban and doing their pre-match trash talk and whatnot. As
Yeah, there's a lot of people in this lobby. There's a lot of interest, it would seem, from these teams with this Hero Band tournament, which you love to see. I did hear some whisperings of people wanting the Mandragold Blooded to be playing today, so maybe we even see some good old Gold Blooded Brigida gameplay. in this grand finals. And if you didn't hear, number one spot is where the majority of the prize pool is, $150. That's the $70 for number one spot. And that means, of course, yes, second is still nice, but number one is what you want to be. No one wants to be second place.
And the first map brick ban has come through as they have banned Nepal and they've picked Lijiang. So, let's see. This is prime Lucio Symmetra bands territory.
Yes, absolutely. We saw Symmetra banned last game. It was Symmetra Winston that was banned on Lijiang last time. This time, I imagine it'll be more brawl orientated because alternate entitled, they're not as much of a brawl team as Reality Check are.
Indeed, and I mean we saw that yesterday in the game we casted yesterday where they tried to play a bit of brawl, but it really fell apart. Especially Lucio was banned versus them, so it really did shut down any attempts of their Reinhardt gameplay. So their likely bans are definitely going to be a Lucio. I'm pretty sure I'm going to say it's like a 90% chance Lucio's gone here. But what will this be the second ban? That's the real interesting one, as it could be either a tank or DPS, or perhaps we even see I think you could even see a Mercy ban. If you ban Lucio and the Mercy, you basically shut down most comps that can be played on Lijiang, and we'll end up in the Nano Brig mirror, which we've definitely seen more than enough of.
Well, yeah, I believe that happened in the upper final where two main supports, the Lucio and the Mercy, were just gone already. And then if you got rid of Brig as well, then the main support's sitting there like, well, what the hell do I play? But already we've seen teams prepare themselves for double flex support. So
That's a ban choice of the century.
Okay.
As Bastion, it seems to be their first ban, as I was not present to cast the previous match, but I believe Reality Check did play Lijiang last game and they played Bastion, if I'm not mistaken. I cannot remember.
No, yeah. There was a Bastion up against. It was a Bastion versus Junkrat. We saw Lijiang in losers finals. So that's a very pointed attack, a very particular hero that Reality Check like to play in brawl, but it's not like a brawl destroying ban overall, I would say.
I think it's more Altera and Entitled are comfortable with the brawl matchup, but they're uncomfortable versus the Bastion in brawl matchup. And the second ban coming through. Wrecking
Ball.
So
okay.
It's looking like this might just be straight up brawl mirrors on every single map, as you commonly see the Wrecking Ball with the Pharmacy as like the mass disruptor that can contest point while the Pharmacy finds value. So with the Wrecking Ball gone, it doesn't cripple Pharmacy teams, but it makes contesting point and actually moving on to and capturing objectives with Pharmacy way harder. So we may just be in for plenty of brawl matchups, but we'll see, as these teams are definitely high quality, so they might have some tricks up their sleeves, but might be time for some good old Reinhardt gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, Sakura is the Rein player for Reality Check. We saw them play Reinhardt on every single point on Lijiang in the last match, and getting rid of Wrecking Ball means you get rid of being able to play Wrecking Ball with a kind of like an Echo or Far Mercy to be, try and counter that brawl with a poke and dive type composition. So I think I do like that. I like banning the Wrecking Ball from Reality Check. I just think Untitled may have been a little too niche with their choice of Bastion, I think.
Yeah, maybe a very niche choice at the start, but perhaps it was just they knew that perhaps we'll see that they're going to be very comfortable taking the Brawl matchup, but just didn't want to play versus a Bastion. And I think that's completely understandable. I also do not want to play versus a Bastion in a Brawl matchup. It's definitely not like the best pick, but it can be very annoying, and it disrupts the playstyle of like Brawl versus Brawl, and it turns into hide and Brawl seek, LOS the Bastion, and then go.
Yeah, I'm not a particular fan of the Bastion myself. I think it ruins King's Row because everyone and their mother plays Bastion on King's Row these days, it would seem. We need to teach the youth better, I think. But both these teams are ready, and we will very shortly be getting into Lijiang Tower, the first map of our grand finals. Our best of 5, first to 3. And Reality Check, they're just coming off 3-0ing Galera Esports. So Reality Check, they're in a good place. They were looking for vengeance against Untitled, because Untitled beat them in the winners finals. So we'll see what this rubber match will turn out to be.
Indeed, is we're just about to get into the map, and I think depending what the first map is will really set the tone for the rest of the points. If we get something like Gardens first, we might see a Poke versus Brawl matchup, but nope, Control Center it is, as I think without a doubt we're about to see Ryan v Ryan.
Oh, typo in the chat for saying going in. Nilo's already lost in the first step.
Oh dear, the grammar police have got him.
But yes, we are going to get right into Control Center, and that's immediately where we're going to see the Bastion ban, in effect. We saw Reality Check did like to play the Bastion there. So probably, you can change it out for Symmetra, you can change it out for a more of a like hit scan choice, like the Cassidy, who does have a little bit more health, so is a little bit more sustainable in those mid-range fights. But so far, Savart is teasing Widowmaker, which I really doubt is what they're coming out on.
And it looks like it is just going to be a Sim Mei mirror, as this might have been a Sim Bastion versus Sim Mei, but nope, we're just stuck on it as, yep, mirror matchup, and let's just see how these teams take space at the beginning, as a wall's already coming out.
Yeah, good walls from both sides. Ninja needs to get that Immortality Field to save them. Both Immortality Fields are out, but it is decided Untitled so far, winning out the high ground and forcing Reality Check all the way back to their spawn and getting that nice fight win at the start, getting control of the map.
Yeah, and this is where you can see why the Bastion ban came through, as they took space very aggressively with their Sim Mei upon arriving and meeting with the enemy team. But versus a Bastion, you really can't take space that aggressively, so it's a very smart ban considering how they wanted to play this point, as Reality Check, they're just going to have to try and fight fire with their own Sim on this point.
Well, fire versus fire. We'll see which one turns into a blaze. It's going to be the amplification matrix from both sides here, as now a game of footsie begins. Shatter comes out right into the shield of Sakura. Sakura's been very good at catching those shatters. Well, safely, I should say. And as the fire strike takes out Devilwood, now off the back of blocking that shatter, they get control of the point.
That was wonderful coordination between Reality Check's main tank and Mei player, as he went for a very aggressive pin that would look almost suicidal if it weren't for the fact that his main player put up a wall right behind Greninja, meaning that the pin instantly hit, and really smart TP rotation as Alternate Untitled are already on point.
Big shatter there, the wall does disrupt it slightly, the Immortality Field as well, but it's not enough. Sakura cementing himself the premium Reinhardt player at the beginning of this grand finals.
Yeah, and it was a very quick wall as a reaction, almost pretty much saving everyone from the shatter, but I think the damage was already done as health bars were blinking and they were inferior positioning wise, as the wall left a lot to be desired, put on pretty much the completely opposite side of the point. Let's see if these Mayots don't leave anything to the side, as both teams running in with Mayots now.
These Blizzards definitely win conditions for both sides. Savar also got the wall there for the Sim if they want to split up the point. Oh, Sonder goes down. No more Blizzard available. Sim wall needs to come up. Trying to keep Reality Check alive in this one as well as the Amplification Matrix. They've got the wall, got the window, they've built a house on point, but it's not enough to keep Sakura sheltered from the damage against them. And they have secured themselves the point. A brilliant initial elimination taking out that Blizzard.
Yeah, they had a wall, they had window, and there was even air conditioning provided by Devilwood that froze up the enemy team, leading to the very clean, quick win fight, as they've kept their own window for this fight, and it will have to be used to really counteract this Mail coming out from the side of Sonder.
I mean, there's the Blizzard already, nice and deep, wonderful like you said. There's a Shatter as well. Zupo gonna get eliminated from that one. They've taken casualties. It's a bit of a chaotic one, but overall, Reality Check. They just need to clean up these remaining members and they'll get this point over. Already though, Greninja is back, looking to touch the point, throwing in the fire strikes. But it's just basically stall at this point because Reality Check have taken control.
Yeah, they just wanted to get a little extra percentage, put it in one fight territory. That was a wonderful wall from the side of Sonder. Ultimate Untitled were backing up, but they weren't backing up quick enough. They were really, a little indecisive, and suddenly they just had a wall behind them and a Mail, and they really just, they had nowhere to go. They were stuck between a wall and a freeze, and as we can see, they're TPing in now with their own wall.
Walls up here, the opposing Amplification Matrix. Kind of a bold maneuver there, considering the wall blocks all of the damage. Big charge counter. It puts Greninja in a bit of an issue, but it's a Blizzard taking out Sakura. In fact, the Immortality Field, they're just in time to keep them alive. Greninja goes down because of it. Brilliant plays there from Starbergergen and Linrax. But is Linrax getting the better of it right now? The beat trying to sustain. Untitled. It might just be enough because Reality Check have no more supports available to them. Sakura gonna go down, and at 99% to 80, this one is looking to go into overtime.
That was a very clutch beat coming from the side of Nelio. He didn't have it at the start of the fight to save Ninja, but it did come out in the end. And with the power of the level 3 beam and a beated Symmetra, they could just continuously walk them down and couldn't do anything about it. As this is going to be a last second touch from the side of Reality Check.
And it's a 98%, 99, they just get the touch. Sakura's got a Shatter, turns around, it's a free-man with it. The Blizzard also there. Greninja, Zupo in a whole lot of trouble. They're getting chomped down. Reality Check burst right back onto point with a blistering speed. And they start Lijiang Tower with a point in their favor.
That was a very, how would we put it, chaotic and reckless fight from the side of Reality Check, as their Lucio player went to the back line to be able to get its last second touch, and upon they chased the Lucio player down, and then Sakura just pinned all the way in. He was miles into the enemy backline. The entirety of Untitled chased him, but he said, call an ambulance, but not for me. Shattered 4 members. And then Sonder was like, oh, they're on the floor, let me freeze them. Froze all members of the enemy team, and what looked like a very feedy play from the side of Sakura, who would have pretty much been dead if it weren't for those ultimates, turned out to be a fight-winning play as he baited them all onto the same spot. As mirror compositions coming out, one team looking to TP onto the point while the other is running through main. Who will catch each other out with this?
Well, it's going to be Untitled getting onto point just before it, but now it's a chaotic fight. Sonder fighting Starbergern. Now, with that healing gone, it's going to be tough, but Untitled are holding in strong, getting the counter eliminations. And I think just setting up the point just moments before helped them out a lot there.
Yeah, they may have lost their map early, but they were able to focus down the Symmetra first, and Symmetra is truly a priority target in these sort of matchups. If you have a level 3 beam, you'll almost guaranteed win the fight, as they're going for a quick recontest already.
Yeah, blistering speed. What worked for them before. Buggle already finding Devilwood, and Sonder finding Nilo. Nilo does get the boop differential onto Buggle though, but the control has been taken. That's going to force Untitled all the way back.
They weren't expecting the quick re-engage, but I'm pretty sure they're about to go for their own quick re-engage, as all 5 members are already back, and we're not even at like 30% cumulative, and we're on to our third fight already. This is really intense at the moment. As TP into the backline already.
Oh, Stormagard was caught by the Shatter, couldn't TP. It's a disaster for Untitled as they try and rotate, but they're just not quick enough. The speed of the Shatter was brilliant. Oh, but Sakura gets booped off. There's an opportunity for a quick recontest.
That was really unfortunate, Sunside Stogan. He thought he was safe, and what the 2v4 going in with beaten Shatter. Will they be able to clean up? This Ninja goes off the map, taking the Symmetra with him.
You can cancel the Shatter. You don't need to commit. The amplification matrix up from Linrex as they devastate the field. This is chaotic.
This is like 5 fights already. We're just going. We're not even halfway through the round, and we've had 5 fights. These teams are going for each other's throats. As we've got Melts, Wolves, Beats coming up right now, and finally a rest period as the teams are just taking a little second to regroup, but we're already back in the action as Altera and Titan's already TPing in.
That was the biggest pause between fights that we've had, but now that they're rested, they need to be getting something done here. They do have the amplification matrix, goes off the window, doesn't find anything. Sonder went low. The wall, just to secure the point here from Savar, but it's 87%. Untitled, they need to find something here. Something needs to work for them. They burst onto point with their own wall. This time, though, into a blizzard. Greninja's in a whole lot of trouble. A whole heap of trouble as they go down. The counter blizzard does find Sakura. They need to eliminate that Rein to equalize, but they can't. They won't. It's too much. And Reality Check have changed the course. Have changed what happened in the winners finals. And it looks like they are just on point right now.
I see Altera and Saito's gamble really didn't pay off. They thought, let's ban the Bastion, which is their trump card in Brawl Mirrors, and then mirror it. And they were confident in it, but I think their confidence may have been misplaced as they really were inferior and on the back foot for most of that round. As I think we're going to see a Lucio ban coming now. I think they don't want to. I don't think they're going to want to play versus any more Brawl.
Yeah, that is true. Which could mean we end up in Hollywood, but I would imagine Reality Check would ban Hollywood. Not that they're not capable of playing on Hollywood, because we did see, Velvet is able to swap out for Sakura on the tank line and give that some flexibility. But yeah, so you're thinking that Lucio would be the best choice for Untitled. What do you think Reality might ban then?
They'll likely ban like a monkey or something like that, just to shut down the potential dive that they will try and force. As Iconvolt ban coming out from the side of Reality Check, definitely interesting, but probably one of the best dive maps like overall, especially that second point. So they really don't want to take a Brawl matchup on that point. So we'll see what the alternate sides would actually pick. As we're stuck with Hollywood. That's probably where they'll go. Yep. Hollywood it is.
Well, no Wrecking Ball, so yeah, you're probably right with Reality Check maybe thinking of going for something like a Winston ban, or they're unlikely to ban D.Va here because I imagine they're going to bring Velvet in for themselves. Unless Untitled ban D.Va, but that would be a very interesting choice for them.
And we'll see what Reality Check actually go with as a ban. And I wonder, I believe that Lucio, Winston are the likely bans that we'll see. I stand corrected, Ramattra ban coming up from the side of Reality Check. Interesting.
Okay.
They were the side that we were unsure what they would ban.
Ooh.
The ban coming up from the side of Altera Untitled.
Mm-hmm. I like that because that's pointed. They watched Hollywood, and the majority of Hollywood, the Reality Check played Velvet on D.Va, so that's very pointed to what Velvet played. Now I'm thinking, do they just keep playing Sakura and with the Lucio force Brawl onto Hollywood here?
Especially with the Ram ban, which is like one of the more common like you struggle with the Reinhardt mirror matchup, maybe you go the Ram style of Brawl versus the Reinhardt style Brawl. Maybe that works out easier. With the Ram ban, it's kind of forcing them either you're going to mirror Reinhardt or they're likely going to end up in a Brawl versus Dive matchup here. And a common solution in that situation is maybe if you're struggling versus a Brawl comp or a Dive comp, you maybe go D.Va if you're less comfortable on the Winston. And with D.Va gone, it's either Brawl mirror or Brawl versus Dive. And we'll see. It has Alternate Untitled. They're the ones who have to figure something out, as Reality Check have the lead going into the series. Or lead going into this map. Not this series. Lead in this series.
Yeah, they do have the lead in the series and have the lead going into the map. And this time, we do see that Sakura has stayed in. And that's different already from what we had already just seen from Reality Check. So they're clearly feeling comfortable in playing something brawly here. Probably the Reinhardt, as Sakura does tend to be mainly a Reinhardt player. I don't want to use OTP, but I mean, pretty much as a Reinhardt OTP. Which shocks me that no team has yet banned Rein against this team to try and just attack the hero pool of Sakura. Meanwhile, how are you feeling about this attack comp?
Well, it's the typical dive into Brawl, and I think the reason they leave Reinhardt open is because every team feels confident they can play into the fact that he will only play Reinhardt. They're like,
Right.
there is no shock factor from this. Alternate Untitled are going to walk out of Swan and be like, yep, they're on Reinhardt. And the question is, are they capable of playing versus it? Will this counter comp with the Mercy Echo and the Hanzo work, or will it fall to the Symmetra Reinhardt from the side of Reality Check, as is actually an Ashe coming out, even more poke? And this is going to be a very slow matchup, as Alternate Untitled are going to slowly establish position, try and make angles, and Reality Check are just going to wait for their opponent to pounce with a Sim TP, and it looks like this might be their moment as they've spotted an Ana.
Oh, yep, there's a TP, but they don't take it. It's a little bit of a debate, perhaps. But that has a little Devilwood to find them on the rotate. Reality Check a little bit lost in the shuffle right now. They've given up a tick, but they're still not in control of this one. They're taking so much damage from this pocketed Echo that they have to be backing up and giving up yet another tick. They're very close from just losing this point altogether here because they've just lost some key members. And yeah, they're not going to be able to touch.
That's an interesting decision. They had killed Sturmagon. The enemy team did not have an Ana, but realistically, the Ana is just as bait, as Greninja's never actually going to engage, and the Ana is just going to be like, well, you're going to run on me, and my DPS are going to burst you, so try it. As this is what's happening, as Realistic, they're unsure what to do. They're sat around, they're waiting, and Devilwood and Zupo are just farming the ult charge.
Yeah, Zupo taking control of the high ground. Now going for the Reinhardt death. Gets the charge into Sivir. You love it. Well, you don't love that. But that's okay. DPS shatter, etc, etc. Oh no, not the Rein death. No, not the Rein death.
And they just... Reality Check were just kind of stood in a corner, just hoping that they could contest part and sponge the pressure, but Altera and Titan had other ideas with that Reinhardt copy, as he just pinned straight in and got someone. And now is the question, Reality Check is just going to go straight back to point, but they have no ultimates to the four of the side of Altera Untitled. A Nano Echo, a Nano Winston will easily wipe them here if Booger can't farm up the rest of his beat quick enough.
I think you were absolutely on the point when you said that teams feel comfortable in playing around the Reinhardt. I think that's why they banned the D.Va to bring out the Reinhardt. They're wanting the Reinhardt to be played because it's working so well. Greninja with the follow-ups, and Sakura just can't handle this damage as Hollywood is just very quickly going the way of Reality Check. But as we head to the third point, is this where the tides can change?
It might be where the tides have changed, but it would be if they had ultimates. The side of Altera Untitled, they still have Bob, they have Primal, they have Copy coming up again. the side of Reality Check, they have a Shatter, they've got a window, they have a wall. But versus this comp, wall is kind of... doesn't affect the Winston, it doesn't really affect the Echo. Shatter will serve as a solo Shatter perhaps, but there's not much you can do when there's an Ana just on this high ground getting 4-man nades just like that, and they've already forced Lamp. This fight might already be over with this Lamp gone, as one engage and it's just a team wipe.
That's exactly what the Poke wants to do, just pull out those resources. Oh, and even with the TP, you lose your BAP already, and there's an opposing Rein using the High Noon there to force out the duplicate. It works pretty well. Meanwhile, everyone's on the high ground just poking them apart, and it's just fish in a barrel, Krabby.
Yeah, they're doing... Honestly, this is, as much as it seems like this is wonderful tactical innovation, but this is very much what I would genuinely consider a coach diff. The coach on the side of Altera and Saito and Weevil has definitely told this team that this is what they should do, and they have full faith in him, and it is working wonders. As 3 ultimates, Nano, Winston, Bob coming out for the side of Altera and Saito, then Devilwood overextends a little bit, but he's being rezzed. Will they be able to capitalize this on the side of Reality Check?
Yeah, they need to get something done. Oh, the Shatter gets countered by the fact that there was a Nano, but with Linrax gone, there's opportunity. Yeah, Greninja, Devilwood working it out, and they're looking to end Hollywood here with a brilliant time bank. Linrax can't even touch. That's 3 minutes 21 in Hollywood. I think Untitled have played this perfectly in both their map pick and the hero ban.
Yeah, they knew what they were doing. We questioned we knew that if they didn't ban Reinhardt, they would 100% play Reinhardt on the side of Reality Check. It was obvious. I'm pretty sure everyone in chat, everyone in this lobby knew it would happen. And you have 2 approaches to it. Either play into it because you believe you can beat it, or just ban it out and play play versus whatever the side of Reality Check come up with to play instead of Reinhardt. But instead they banned stuff to force Reinhardt. They're making it pretty much impossible for this team to not play Reinhardt, in the sense that they have to now play Reinhardt because it's their comfort comp, but they can't play D.Va. They can't switch in their D.Va player because, well, D.Va's gone. The side of Reality Check banned out Ramattra, which may have been a better pick versus a Winston, as it can apply more pressure to with the slow field. And obviously they believe that Sakura just doesn't have the Winston ability to match their own Winston, the side of Greninja. So truly an incredible strategy coming into this match. And as we can see, Sakura is contemplating going Winston of his own, but Reality Check's comp looks like they're a little bit lost, and we'll see what they roll out with.
Wow. Sakura not on the Reinhardt. And for the first time in a while, at least from what I have seen myself, this is going to really test the coordination here of Sakura and overall Reality Check. As Greninja just looks a little bit more comfortable there on the Winston overall, as they're just kind of teeing off here. Lots of spam going back and forth. Booger actually gets slapped up from across the board. Starburger down. So is Nilo. No healing now. Safar and Sonder working wonders together on the DPS lineup, and Reality Check have crumbled maybe just as fast as their opponents did.
But this is for the completely different reason, as they've been caught off guard by this, you could admittedly say, peculiar style with the Winston with no dive follow-up. Sakura's gone Winston here just because he was tired of getting caught out of position as Reinhardt and unable to affect anything, as he's going Winston here just so he can maybe jump the high grounds and contest a bit more. But the rest of the comp is relatively brawl/pokey in the sense that they have the Mei, they have the Hanzo, they're still spamming. And the side of Altera and Saito are like, wait, what do we do here? They're still playing very pokey, but they've got a Winston, and they just didn't see it coming. They played slow and eventually got dinked, as the side of Devilwood swapping over to Tracer signifies that they've got a better idea, as a copy onto Ana coming out to get the second nade.
Yeah, onto the backline there, and there's the follow-up from Zupa. Greninja as well, pushing in deep. Now, finally, some control. Whoa, a Nano actually Oh, of course, from the duplicate. Okay,
the
I got
duplicate,
debated
of
there.
course.
I got debated. But that's a good stabilizer for Entitled.
Yeah, quick adaptation. They played that fight way quicker. They identified the fact that there is an Ana Zen backline. Very diveable, very punishable. And let's see if they continue playing on like that. But there is a Nano, Trans, and Freeze coming out. As they've frozen Greninja's Nano Monkey. No, he jumped away just in the last second. How clutch.
And almost gets the elimination, forces out the Transcendence, and still Zupa going to be in a bit of a bad position. Booga, I mean. Oh, Savar also going down, and now that high ground control of second point is really working in the favor here of the defense.
Yeah, I don't know if it was an intentional nano onto Booga when he transed, or if it was meant to save Sakura, but there was a nano transcendence coming out while their Winston died, and it was really unfortunate as early pulse coming aside from the Devilwood, as the momentum is completely against them. They've swapped their backline up, they have no ultimates, they have a Primal and a Dragon, both ultimates very avoidable. And Copy and Valkyrie coming out, and an amazing nade to start off the fight, instantly deleting the whole backline already.
Yeah, and it just helps that Sturbigarn's so far back, right? There's just no way you can contest them.
Yeah, you're relying on Sunder to hit the cross-map spam, but Greninja's positioning and the way Zupo's playing, Sunder can't walk around this corner safely. If he does, he'll get instantly dived, as they're finally getting a little bit of a walk with this male, and Dragon coming out already. Will Greninja be able to respond?
Greninja took a lot of damage there. Zupa onto the Ana is actually going to have a lot more healing for Greninja.
4 people needed.
To be able to go in. A beautiful nade. And the Nano surely
Another
will be
one.
ready from Zupo. Oh, Greninja's going in deep against the Ana. Linrax 1 HP and a Dream staying alive just by the not the rally, but the passive healing there of the Bagheera. Greninja still in so deep, gets naded, just still escapes.
In the space of 10 seconds, there was 3 different 2-man nades across the Echo and the Ana on the side of Ultimate and Tidal, really messing up their pushes. They're finally walking up with their own ultimates. Nano Monkey coming up from both sides and the rally to kick off this fight.
Pulse Bomb doesn't find anything, but finally Starbuck down. Now, maybe some space created as Sakura has worked brilliant in the backline, taking out the supports, and now finally the car is moving for them on second point.
Indeed, as Devilwood caught out in the backline. Quick little shield bash to finish him off, but the rest of Alternate Title grouping up in Spawn. Sakura used Primal. I don't know if that was forced or if he just tried to finish off kills, but no Primal here means really risky for his next engages. They will be well aware that they could burst him as Bua bursted instantly.
Yeah, they just knew exactly where that backline was set up, going in beautifully, nice and swift, outpacing them, and we're below 90 seconds, and it's still not looking good for Reality Check.
And Sonda finally taking the hit on his ult charge. He's been farming dragons really effectively, and he's had ult every single time he had the chance to swap, but realistically he had to swap off Hanzo. It was just not a good pick, and finally sacrificed his ult to go Tracer, and perhaps they've got better dive. They still have a Mei, but Mei Freeze can win you a fight if used appropriately, but will they be able to find anyone as the side of Alternate Side are playing so split?
Yeah, well, there's a Greninja in your backline. Booga keeping their Ana alive briefly, but Zupa choosing to go for the Mei, and is trying to just contest the point for a while there for their team to meanwhile get the backline. Devilwood, however, is going to get Savart first, and without that Mei, you don't have a lot of presence on point. Greninja fighting Sondra, you've got no DPS now, and with about 30 seconds remaining, you want to be resetting really quick if you're Reality Check.
I think that fight highlighted their problems on the side of Reality Check. Sonda swapped to Tracer and already has a pulse bomb, and Savart's just not used Mail yet. I don't know if they've used Mail at all on the entirety of this second point attack. But they're finally using it now in overtime to get no one. And Sonda got slipped mid-pulse and died to his own pulse bomb. Oh,
no.
dear. Oh,
It's
the
a
misery.
disaster. A disastrous end for Reality Check as they lost the fight with about 10 seconds remaining with 4 of their 5 ultimates and had to panic use them, didn't get what they wanted. Untitled had that map in their hands.
Wonderful adaptation, wonderful, like, the mind games to basically goad Reality Check into playing Brawl and then absolutely annihilating them with it was truly impressive. And the fact that Reality Check just looked confused and lost on the second round, it was just like, we don't really have it felt like they don't have a strategy. They just picked whatever, let's just lose in peace. Like, they were very confused, they were very lost. They were playing Winston with 4 poke heroes. Then when they wanted to swap to dive, they kept the May ult for like 3 minutes straight. So they really, let's hope with this upcoming bio break, as requested by Neilio, they might have some time to come up with something else, as they're really on the back foot. There's match point, I believe, now. And no, it's not match point. There's 1-1, of course. I'm an idiot. They won the first map.
Yes.
It's not match point, but
You're just used to it.
it just feels like it with the way that second map went. I have zero. It would have been zero shot to me if Alternate Untitled won the first map. Like, there was complete night and day difference between map 1 and map 2. It was truly an impressive display and switch up in tactics.
Yeah, I think just the map plus the hero ban of choosing D.Va, you know, they had Reality Check playing exactly what they wanted them to, especially with the Brawl. I think the adaptation came a little late, you know, only on their attack, and even then, you know, you'd force Reality Check to play a composition that you're just more comfortable on than they are. So, you know, going forward, you know, what these next hero bans might be, you're expecting Reality Check to really try and get a big, heavy hitter of a dive hero gone, I think. You know, depending on what the map might be, but like, you know, hitting out a Winston or something else, trying to alleviate the dive a bit.
Well, a Mercy ban might be a possible ban in this situation, as if you ban Mercy, it would force, and if Alternate Title don't ban Reinhardt, but Reality Check ban Mercy, as we saw, Mercy Echo, pain in the ass for Reality Check. It absolutely blasted them. So banning Mercy so they can force Brawl might not be the worst idea, as Alternate Title banning Havana and Reality Check going to Gibraltar, as we were talking as they wanted to find the map to play Brawl on, or perhaps, or as well, Havana would have probably been their favourite map choice, but that one's gone. So they're going to go Gibraltar, and I have a sneaking suspicion this is going to be like the London versus SF Shock match a few weeks ago, where one team is just going to be Symmetra Reinhardting all over the map, while the other team's going to be playing Mercy and trying to annihilate them. And we'll see if they've figured out as Junker Queen ban, Alternate Untitled. They really want Reality Check to play Reinhardt, banning out all the possible options other than Reinhardt.
Oh, interesting.
And there's the Mercy ban.
And there's the Mercy ban. Yeah, that's fair enough. That, you know, the Mercy was working so well for both the Ashe and the Echo. So, you know, that's a brilliant choice from Reality Check. And I think you're right. We're probably going to see some TP comps. I was thinking Alt might just ban Symmetra if they had expected that. I think banning Junker Queen, you're maybe thinking that they're going to do Junker Queen on defense. You know, I've seen that a lot, and it can work out. But we'll see how that ban works out, because obviously we don't know exactly yet what Reality Check are going to do. But I think you're right with the TPs. I think you're right.
Yeah, I think the Junker Queen ban is one, banning out a very common stylistic counter to the dive that we saw in Owl and in Dive Party, where teams will run like Kiriko Junker Queen with like Sombra Tracer or Reaper and stuff like that. Essentially as a, you will try and dive us, but we have sustain, we have shout, we have shotguns, try it. Was a very common counter to dive, and with the ban on the Junker Queen, it's kind of like, one, it's even more trying to force Reality Check to play Reinhardt, as I believe they're still very confident versus the Reinhardt. And two, it's like, if they do bully them off of Reinhardt, limiting the options that they can go besides Reinhardt. And if this goes well for Alternate Untitled, we might see a Winston ban coming up next map, as Reality Check will just be tired of having to play Reinhardt versus all these other tank heroes that are better than them and not being able to mirror or whatnot. So
Yeah.
we'll see how this map goes. As this is going to be interesting. With the Mercy gone, it's going to be harder to counter the Reinhardt, as you'll have less poke damage. But Ash Echo is still very doable versus, without like Ash Echo with like Anna Brig, still very doable versus Reinhardt. Just maybe needs a bit more rotational prowess and a bit more coordination on the sides of your like echo stickies and whatnot to guarantee kills. So we'll see what they come out with in the next 10 seconds as the hero select screen is just about to end.
Well, 1-1. So, can't change heroes. Okay, there's a bit of a lobby issue, so they're just gonna reset that. Yeah, it's 1-1 right now, which means you're not going to be drawing a payload. So someone is going to get the 2, someone's going to get into match point.
Technically, you can.
Yeah,
It's hard, but you can.
it's hard, but on Gibraltar, it's impossible. Well, near
Well,
impossible.
and Gibraltar's
It's improbable.
actually one of the doable ones, given the nature of the fact that both points have opening doors.
Oh, you're right.
Normally,
yes.
it's the most doable payload maps are the ones where the point just doesn't just throw through, where there's doors where you have to stop and wait for the doors to open. And if they cap the point and then get wiped while the doors are open, and the other team does the exact same thing, then the map could end in a draw. It's very rare given the nature of like spawn rooms and stuff, the fact that your spawn would be really far away, but, well, as we thought, the Sim Ryan is going to be TPing around, and the side of Untitled, they've got the Echo. I don't know what Neilio will probably go. The Moira actually kind of makes sense. Generate another off angle where you can't actually get caught out on. Damage orbs will probably all get max value. And Coalescence is really effective as, I mean, you'll just hit everyone. So he might not stick with it. As Zenyatta would also be very smart, as Sakura sat on the spawn door. Kiriko also another one. He's just going to go something that he can force off angles with.
Well, this positioning of Sakura is so curious to me. Taking over this high ground plinth, they're basically going for the most chaotic choices they can to try and, I guess, confuse Untitled right now. But Greninja just getting in a lot of that cleave, taking damage, able to back up, TP towards Neilio, but doesn't quite get what they want with it. Again, Supple able to just spam into them, may not have the pocket anymore, but with the Echo, it's still a lot of spam damage despite that fact, and you can tell by the ult percentage, they're already 80% as Devil would find Sonder, and now it's getting a lot more difficult here to touch the point. They're being forced into the open, and this close hold has been thwarted.
You would have hoped for a little bit of more like stall time, but realistically, they were never going to win a fight in front of Gibraltar spawn lords. But to waste a minute and a bit is very worth it. It's akin to the double shield of 2020 and 2021, where fights would take so long that by the time you got to like third point, they would have no time. And that's really Reality Check's title strat, as they're TP out and already on point.
Yeah, they kind of went 2 different ways. A massive anti-nade. Sakura's in trouble, and Mortality Field needs to save it. Now with the Primal splitting the team up, Star Gorgon is down, but Greninja has absolutely juggled his way to victory in this fighty, beautiful showcase of Winston.
The one issue with going into a small room with a Winston is that he might get angry, as this strategy from the side of Reality Check, there is thought behind it. There is rush point and hope that they can't react to the fact that we're a presence with TPs and completely out-rotate them, but Altera and Title, they just know everything, every move Reality Check is going to make, and they're reacting appropriately. They're never going to get caught out by these TPs the way they're playing, as Shogun just rotating around from another pin, and they're already surrounding Reality Check, as Reality Check thought they had the upper hand with TP, they just don't.
Yeah, and there's even a Kitsune rush here for Nelio to utilize. However, Sonar does find an icicle right into the skull of the Tracer. This may alleviate one of those angles and allow this Bro Comp to start to hold in here. But still, they're just taking so much spam, so much uncontested spam.
Ninja is another Primal!
Oh my lord, that's incredible. They're getting so much cleave damage with the Tesla, and Zupa again of the stickies, able to copy onto the Reinhardt, charging right in yet again. Sakura gets anti-nated. There's no immortality field this time. They're gonna get taken out and Untitled. They've predicted it perfectly on what Reality Check are going to do.
Yeah, and there's an air of hesitation on the side of Reality Check where the way that Alternate Sides are playing, very fluid, very all over the place on purpose, like coordinated angles. The side of Reality Check, they just don't know when to ult. They can't mail, they can't shatter, they don't know when to window. They're just kind of confused, and finally ult's being used, but is it too late? Is 2 picks already side of Alternate Titled?
Yeah, oh, very quick, and Devilwood utilizing the Kitsune Rush to make Tracer look even more deadly. And they're beaming because they're on 3rd point with 4 minutes, Gravy.
Yeah, and what I said earlier about the fights taking so long that you get to 3rd point with like a minute, with only a minute 30 and you can maybe hold. I was completely mistaken as Greninja. Another Primal coming up, and this is fight, well, Reality Check going quick. This is a good room to bunker up in, maybe if they can get in the Mega Room, but it looks like Sternberg is already behind him. He's gotten onto the enemy high ground, and this positioning is just insane. There's another Primal coming up from Greninja already.
What? How? I didn't even see how Sternberg did that. They just sped onto the high ground behind them and confused the heck out of Reality Check, who themselves are receiving a Reality Check.
Well, it's just, it's the psychology. It's a very psychologist, like a mind game, psychologically. Like, Sturrigan knows that Reality Check are just going to TP straight back to point as soon as they come out of spawn. So he took the slightly long route around the right side, knowing that there was no way Reality Check were going to walk through there, because that's not where they wanted to walk. Allowing him to just get onto the back line for free is window coming out. Greninja's just going to back up and go again with Nano, Pulse,
Smart.
Copy. There's so much.
Yeah, they've got a lot in their arsenal alt-wise now, and just rotating away from that amplification matrix was a perfect choice. Now they can go in with the duplicate, choosing again Reinhardt, charging in deep, forcing a distraction. There's the beat there. Maybe a bit preemptive, but it does get the aggressive play onto Zuppo as Zuppo goes down. This might be what they need here, right on the final moments of finding those eliminations, and finally Reality Check get a good hold in.
Yeah, and the end of Gibraltar is one of these points which is just like very impossible to sometimes deal with the nature of you can go Brawl on the end of Gibraltar and just make it really hard as you constantly have respawns. You can just play really far back. The enemy team has to go to point now to cap. There's no like taking angles here. It's just one big open area that they have to walk into, but they're gonna walk into it, and they're doing it with a Nano Monkey.
Blizzard tries to split up the team. Greninja gets shattered. Like they just had a jump, but still goes down. And without Greninja, that's likely the defense again able to hold in, as I think being right next to the respawn is helping them out a lot here.
Yeah, as they can play so far back that if they were to B-dive, they can just walk into spawn, and this is where the composition on the side of Reality Check flourishes, where in situations where we're sat on point and we know you have to touch. Unlike other areas of the point where they have other options on the side of Altera and Title, they could take angles and whatnot. There is no taking angles here. They just simply have to go point. because they can't dive as the enemy team will be in spawn, and it's just an awkward situation. And a Pharah and Ashe swap coming out here, and the hopes of just keep getting superior poke as they're going to have to slow the game right down as the 4-minute timeback is diminished.
Yeah, two heroes who are good, but two heroes who are also usually played with a Mercy, which has been banned. And Zupo's already feeling the heat of the Linrax, Baptiste, and might already regret switching onto the Pharah that TP's going to take them out, and suddenly it's looking very
The
likely
Weaver!
that they hold. The
It's the
Weaver?
Weaver! It's the Life Weaver! Will they commit to it?
They are.
Well, with the auto-aim healing, it is the closest thing to a Mercy you can find. So, he's just going to follow around this Pharah and pocket her. And no damage boost, of course, but you can keep her alive constantly, and they do have a barrage coming up. I don't know how this will work, but they're going to try it as they have to touch the car. Greninja going in. Will they touch? No!
No!
Guys!
Guys! No!
Guys! Greninja touched the point with 3.7 seconds left on the clock. Meaning that overtime would not trigger upon getting to 0 seconds. I don't think he realized. I think he just saw 3 and thought, yeah, overtime's triggered. Truly an unfortunate situation, as I almost expected this to happen with the nature of Gibraltar last. But the problem is now, for the side of Altera Untitled, is the rest of the map is going to be played in that style. As
Yeah.
Reality Check are just going to force point. Bunker up on point, and Altera Untitled, they have to contest. They're on defense now, not attack. And unlike when they're on attack and they can willingly not touch the cart for extended periods of time just to set up angles and get poke, they can't do that now. If they willingly get off the cart for an extended period of time, well, we just saw what happens. And we don't want another
Wow.
C9 incident. As the Torbjorn coming out is an interesting pick. As I don't think the Echo was a bad pick per se. I think the
Yeah.
Echo was quite useful. I think it was just the nature of Gibraltar last which was causing them problems. But we'll see. They may be rattled due to the 4-minute time bank being diminished into nothing. So let's see as this Brawl Comp is just going to sit on point and TP wherever they please.
I think you are right with being rattled here. That Echo was pretty good. Swapping onto the Torb, I feel like, is a risk. But again, if you don't risk it, then you might not get the rewards. TP for Sakura up, Zupo falls, but that verticality, Torb doesn't have wall climb. That was just a meme. They're gonna get taken out. Nilo making a meme out of Savart though, with that kunai, isn't going to be enough to sustain here as Nilo finds another. Nilo being the DPS that they need on the defense actually.
I mean,
as
he's
the-
playing pretty much in their spawn, just spamming them kunai, and Altera Untitled, they're taking angles. They're doing his amazing TP. They're taking as many angles as they possibly can with Zupo on one, Turret on the other, and this underground section is hard to contest, but it's working out.
How dare I ever question Zupo on the Torbjorn? It's actually working out there to get the eliminations. To be fair, it is a little bit more, contestable on point, where an Echo, if they touch, then they're not, in a good place. But a Torbjorn, they've got the alt fire and the overcharge, right?
Yeah, the overload. It functions also as another form of bait for the TPs, as Torbjorn, no mobility. They can TP onto him, as they can TP onto Leander, and giving 2 options other than 1 can perhaps lead to some confusion, as maybe they take the wrong TP and lead to their death, as Greninja going for the Primal already.
Yeah, primaling and then focusing on Sonder as the icicle has been forced. Sonder walling himself off to sustain. Pulse bomb gets beated. Booger keeps himself alive for now, but it's still so much damage, particularly if the Nano Winston. Meanwhile, though, the Ana of the defense has been found and eliminated. That's a lot of the sustain gone. It's all on Nilo to keep Greninja up. It's not going to be an easy task, however, especially with the amplification matrix and the fact that the Blizzard will soon be ready here by Sonder. And with that bubble down, they could utilize it, but they don't even need it.
No, as the Anna was eventually caught out. They found the TP that they needed, and due to the fact that they just can't touch point for the side of the title, they were just slowly being walked down. As we have a Torbot coming out now, but Mail on the side of Sonder. Anyone who dares touches will get frozen. And let's see if they can execute it efficiently and not let anyone escape, especially Ninja, who's likely going to be the one they aim to catch.
Yeah, if this is well timed, this could just be a very quick point to Molten Core coming out. But so is the Blizzard. It is kited away pretty quickly here, no one getting caught. But there's a Shatter fighting Zupo and Nilo, but they can't follow up because of the Molten Core and the anti-nade. A beautiful, beautiful save there from Sturmgargen. Zupo will go down to Sonder there, but Sonder still in a bit of trouble. Will get eliminated for their troubles. And it is the Primal Rage to secure it. This one was looking close, but it looks like the defense have held out.
Yeah, and as we said, the Mail didn't catch anyone, wasn't able to wall anyone in, but fortunately they were able to find the Shatter, but the Torbolt that came out just before the Shatter meant he couldn't walk up to finish them off, and his DPS were off dealing with a monkey in the backline, so they just couldn't do anything about it. And an early TP coming out to try and take position, and they're back on point, and they're playing the anchor game. Will they get surrounded again? We'll see.
Yeah, TP onto the spaceship to try and clear it. Sturmgargen on the high ground though, uncontested. That's why you see a TP up here. Beat as well to push them onto point, but they're not going to find anything with it. Oh, Zupo falls actually. That's a disaster. Now the Nano might need to come out here from Sturmgargen. As they do, finding Linrax, that's a perfect choice. That's a core healing gone. If you can find more of this would be brilliant. Buko finds Sturmgargen, but Devilwood finding Savart. It's a trade for trade right now, but I think the defense have a little bit of an advantage right now with the heroes that they have, as you see Sakura's health just slowly being whittled away only with that Lucio healing, and there's that juggle taking them back to spawn.
Yeah, but there's an alarming time bank, as from what we've seen, what it has been is Reality Check will push up. Oh no, they will push up, lose a fight, then win the next one. And they have 2 minutes left, and following that pattern, they are set to win this fight, and that peck on Greninja really does not help them.
Yeah, thankfully, it's been a bit of a slow rotation, but they find Sturmgargen because of it. Greninja will be able to get back, but they won't have their Ana. That's a crucial elimination. And yes, they're looking set to take control at this point. Greninja has chosen to go onto Orisa here, but of course, without any healing, it's going to be tough. Oh, and the Blizzard actually invested there. Perhaps they would have
the Shatter
wanted...
is questionable indeed, yeah. As following this pattern that they've been following, they're on a good pace to cap. This next fight will likely take place on the corner as Greninja goes back to the monkey, realizing that going Orisa means he'll just be even more stuck on point. And thankfully, the side of Alteran Title, no Mail and Shatter means that they're going to have a free time contesting this point on corner, but they need to be careful. If this fight goes away, it will game over for them.
Wall comes up, splitting the field. Molten Core to try and stop the follow-up. Sakura knows better than to charge into that one. Devilwood with a pulse bomb is going to force the Immortality Field, but also the beat. A bit of an overcommitment from the support line, but then again they can go aggressive with it, which they have. They need to be careful here, do the defense, because that point is staring at that golden parking spot of a win there, but they do hold out. Devilwood devastating the attacking team.
Well, let's see. Will the pattern finally be broken? They won the last fight, they've lost this one. The pattern indicates that they're going to win this next fight, the side of Reality Check, and if they do so, they'll win the map. As, given the nature of how slow these fights are, I can probably say this is last fight. There's a Nano Monkey coming up, and Zupo is back on the Echo. Will they also effectively Nano Monkey to clean this up, as Shatter and Mayo are soon to be online?
Oh, Sturmgargen in a very tough spot, but it gets the antidote to Sakura. A perfect anti-nade means they don't even need to go for the Nano yet. That might have just won them here in Gibraltar. If they can clean up here and not take any severe losses, that is. With a TP here, Greninja in a bit of trouble, but gets the support from Nilo. Zupo goes down, and it is questionable. It is contestable. There's a Blizzard charge. Greninja gonna go down. The Nano wasn't there. Pulse Bomb keeps it in for now. Devilwood playing their heart out with the
Nano
Nano.
Tracer!
It's absolutely beautiful. It might have just saved them, but with 5 seconds on the board, they can definitely
They're staggering
get
the
a
Reinhardt on
retouch.
purpose. Wonderful stagger. The Reinhardt will not be out of spawn until 10 seconds left nearly. This was going to be a rush, but they have Shatter and they have Wall. They have Kyo and Copy. Will that be enough to stop this Shatter? We'll see as Reality Check are on the point for this last fight as wonderful anti-nade to kick it off.
Massive anti-nade followed up by the sticky. Zupo's also going to have the duplicate, goes for the Rhine. Is going to be charging and gets shattered, but they're the only one shattered, and that's pretty good for the defense here. Zupo, though, gets followed up on by Sonder. That's not good for the defense. Got the Kitsune rush. Greninja trying to follow up, trying to find Zavart. Needs the backup. It's so close to the Primal Rage. Pulse Bomb from Devilwood doesn't find anything. Now Greninja has the Primal. Can they boop the players of the attacking team off? Reality Check are so close to securing this one. Stubbergargan on the Moira goes down when a little too aggressive. Amplification Matrix now from the attacking team. It's looking like Reality Check might win this out on Gibraltar and continue the pattern in this series. Zavart finding Nilo. That's it. A beat to cement it. Greninja can't touch. And a beautiful overtime fight will go the way of Reality Check.
Yeah, as it's really the map picks, as this was the map pick of Reality Check, and I can see why, as they were probably aware of the their defense or their offense probably being a bit of a struggle, or their defense being a bit of the struggle, given the fact that they can only sit on point while they get surrounded, but their attack, it's just really hard to dislodge this Brawl side from the point, and with the Mercy gone, there was no real burst, as I'm thinking we might finally see the Reinhardt ban. It might happen due to the fact that with the Mercy gone, and now realistically every map remaining being Reinhardtable, with push and later control if this goes to map 5, it might be a real struggle for the side of Altera Untitled to deal with the Reinhardt, as I don't know what Reality Check ban is. If the Reinhardt gets banned, it might be Winston. They might ban Winston, knowing that. What tanks does that leave us with? We've got Junker Queen Ram, Ball Diva banned currently. If Reinhardt and Winston get banned, we'll be left with Doomfist Orisa and Roadhog.
It all comes down to Roadhog.
And if the ban gets tightened up even more for map 5, we might see only one tank available on map 5, which honestly I'm down.
Obviously hindsight is 2020. It's easy to say from the caster booth rather from the actual lobby, but I think banning Junker Queen was a bit of a misplay from Untitled. You could have gone for something. I mean, obviously we predict, well, at least you predicted that they were going to go for the TPs, so banning Sim would have been pretty good, but also banning something like a Mei as well would have been pretty good, because, you know, you get rid of the heavy CC on the point, you get rid of the wall, you get rid of someone who's very self-sustaining, and you force them onto something else. Now they could have brought out like a Reaper or something, but
I think the most influential possible ban is Baptiste. The amount of nades Sturbergen was at landing that was survived because of Lamp, and Altera Untitled are never going to run BAP. I doubt they're going to run BAP. So if they ban Baptiste, it means that any late nades landed on this Brawl comp become infinitely more lethal. And that would have meant that, like, at least half the fight, there were so many fights where half of Reality Check was naded, but nothing would happen because of Baptiste, and he functions really well, especially with the window with this Brawl comp. So Baptiste is probably would have been an effective ban, and I do agree that the Junker Queen ban was a fumble. It was more goading them into playing Brawl because they were confident playing versus the Brawl, but it just didn't work. And speaking of Brawl, we're going to the best push Brawl map possible. We're going to Colosseo.
and that was chosen by Untitled. So they have something up their sleeve because they need to do, because they're against match point right now. It's 2-1 for Reality Check. Reality Check, if they win Kalesu here, they've won the series and they're in #1 spot. They've won that #1 prize pool, and they're in a great position. And Untitled choosing Kalesio over their choices were Esperanza or Kalesio, so
Yes, given the new Queen Street ban from the side of
y-
Reality Check.
yeah, so now
Which is a
it,
smart ban, to be honest. New Queen Street
it's
definitely the least favoured Reinhardt map of the 3 push maps, in my opinion. So getting that one off the board means that you are forced onto a more Brawl favoured or Brawl doable map being Colossal Esperance, and we'll see what these hero bans are. As it's time for these teams to figure out what are they going to commit to disabling the Reinhardt. Are they going to remove the Reinhardt and just get it done with, or are they going to remove the Reinhardt enablers and maybe say you could still play Reinhardt? We haven't fully disabled your comp, but we're going to still try and counter your Reinhardt. We'll see what they go with.
I mean, either way you spin it, this has been some hell of a finals.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate to say, right? But you have to say it. Oh, wait, never mind. I'm going to interrupt myself. Monkey has been banned.
By the side of Reality Check, this was what I was expecting. A monkey ban would come out in the sense of a Reinhardt ban coming out. We are down to
Because-
2 or 3 tanks remaining. We may be left in a Roadhog mirror matchup map 5.
That's insane. That's insane because
And the
not
Reinhardt
only
player
not
has
only
been...
did you talk about that potential, but also the claws are out. They've went for the throat. No more monkey for you, Ninja. No more Rhine for you. And Sakura has been subbed out, it would seem.
And
because
Booga onto tank as Soof is being subbed in.
okay.
Oh, interesting. Apparently,
So-
from what we're seeing, that would mean that
And-
he's likely the more competent Roadhog or Doomfist. Probably Doomfist. DPS player playing Doom tank. Yeah, I can see that.
do you imagine we'd see an Orisa Brawl comp here?
I'm expecting, based on Booga going over to tank, I think he might play Doom. I don't think you would sub out a Reinhardt player if you were going to play Orisa, given the shot calling is similar.
True.
So, it will likely end up being maybe Doomfist versus Orisa or Doom Mirror, or maybe an Orisa Mirror. We'll see. As I want this game to go to map 5 now. I need to see these teams limit each other's tank force even more, as if this potentially ends up being like an Orisa versus Doom matchup and Altera Untitled annihilate with the Orisa, then Reality Check might ban Orisa. But in that case, Altera Untitled might ban Doomfist just because they don't want the Doomfist to go unchecked. This game, the teams have just decided this game will be decided by who gets their favorite tank pick. As we've seen teams try and avoid banning each other's tanks up till now, and well, we've seen how it's gone, so
Yeah.
I think we're just going to see more tank bans going into map 4 and the potential map 5, as this series is shaping up to be a very interesting one.
Yeah, the gloves came off in Colosseo, I can tell you that much. We're really getting into that gladiatorial combat, and this is going to really test Greninja, because Reality Check, with Booga coming onto tank, this will now have been the 3rd tank player that they've played today, which means they have a good spread of players that have a good spread of hero pool. And with the fact that Greninja seems to only be the only tank for Entitled, that's a lot of pressure. Like, with 80, almost 90% of your choices being gone, I mean, obviously Zarya's still there, right?
Oh, Zarya is a hero in this game, indeed.
Yeah. It's funny, we were trying to remember what the tanks were, the stream's
That-
actually looking at all the tanks on screen.
Yeah. As well, Sigma, of course, still an option, but I don't think Sigma is going to be priority here as it's Colosseo. Sigma will get easily run over. So we're stuck in a situation with Orisa, Doom, Zarya, and Roadhog are the tank picks. I don't think we see Sigma. Zarya is commonly used as like a pseudo counter to Orisa, and Orisa is a pseudo counter to Doomfist. And in this situation, Doomfist beats Zarya. So, based on the fact we've seen Booger on DPS for most of these rounds, I expect him to potentially be playing Zarya Doomfist. That is kind of my
Yeah.
prediction. And Greninja, classically a main tank player, and we saw him pick the Orisa for like a minute on Gibraltar. He will likely roll out on the Orisa himself. So, it's the question of, will Reality Check be able to play Doomfist into Orisa, or will they pick the Zarya? And will Altera Untitled be able to play an Orisa into Zarya, which is more of a counter in ranked, not really. It's more of a counter in ranked, not really competitive play. In competitive play, Orisa is generally more favoured, so we'll see how this develops, as limiting the tank pool is not the way I thought the best teams would go. I was expecting to limit the support pool mainly, but we've only seen a singular support ban this game, with only Mercy being banned.
That's it. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I was expecting the support line to get the biggest hit. At least that's what we've seen, at least yesterday as well. This time it's the tanks feeling the heat, and this late into the game with a more traditionally DPS player for Reality Check now. To be fair, Booga did say that support was a new role for them, so that does indicate a very flexible player. So I don't know. Perhaps I'm not really sure what to predict. I think we'll see some Zarya. I think Greninja might lean towards Orisa, and I don't know how well that's going to do against the Zarya, who, is like you say, a pseudo counter. It just depends on the play style of the tanks, I think.
Yeah, it's a pseudo counter for people who don't understand. Orisa's specialty is being able to frontline very aggressively and not give space really to the enemy tank. You can kind of just sit there and deny a Ramattra, deny a Reinhardt, deny a Winston, deny a D.Va as you kind of outtrade them. But Zarya is the one tank in the game that Orisa can't really outtrade due to the fact that beam damage and bubbles, Zarya trades into Orisa really well. So the frontline war, we're seeing some Zarya, and I am a Zarya enjoyer. She's my most played character. She's my favorite character, and Zarya Reaper, very traditional combo. We're pulling up some Hambins here with the Dallas Fuel now, and with some Zarya Reaper from the side of Altera Untitled. That's more coordination, team play, your pseudo double bubble with Zarya Reaper, and a Hanzo Mei with an Ana coming out from the side of Reality Check. Is they're going to be more pokey, more self bubbles coming out from Booga. And we'll see how they tanks players. One's going to be very supportive with more using team bubbles, and Booga's going to be playing more self-bubbly as essentially a third DPS.
And of course, Linrak's also on the Ana there, so you need to be careful of those anti-nades if you're on Untitled. Super. Going forward there, needs to back up a bit. Currently Untitled, able to take a little bit more space with that front-end damage that the Reaper allows you, as Booga goes down. Followed up on by Devilwood, who was very, very good on that on the Tracer. Now on the Sojourn is going to potentially be a terrifying prospect for the side of Reality Check.
The issue with this style from Reality Check is your frontline is essentially Zarya, as you don't have a Reaper to pseudo frontline, and we'll see them swapping over to the Reaper, realizing this. with the Reaper for the side of Altera Untitled, he can frontline, he can absorb pressure for the Zarya so she isn't the main like recipient of damage. At the moment, Booga's the one who's just getting pumped full of bullets, and we'll see if this Reaper swap helps him as Greninja full charge, got gravel ready, and will he be able to find a big one as they're underneath, and Reality Check are debating how they want to drop as they're dropping onto the back line now.
Yeah, if they can get this grab from Greninja, then they can get that forward spawn. That is the most unfortunate DC I think I've ever seen in a tournament here in A51. As, yeah, they're not going to win that now, are they?
No, that is so
Oh.
sad. The one player who could have won the fight for them and would have likely won the fight as Reality Check pushed in as a group of 5, and oh no, if Gold Blooded wasn't stressed already, I think
Oh. We don't even have the code here that keeps the ult percentage.
no, I fear
So-
that Gold Blooded's heart rate has just doubled. If it was already
Oh.
150, I think we're hitting 300. That's not healthy.
I'm not feeling that good either.
That's really sad.
I have a bit of a stomach bug, but now it's my heart that I feel in pain. That just sucks. That's just a Blizzard moment, and it's really out of anyone's hands essentially. But to be fair, they got a lot of lead there, Krabby. So there's a lot of
60
leeway for
meters,
them.
Yeah.
There's a lot of leeway to try and get back what they lost there. They have other ultimates. They've got the
They have
overclock.
time to play. Yeah, they have. The 60 meters gives them 2 fights, 1 extra fight, if they take it properly on this next point. For example, if they do in fact lose this point, thankfully they have the closer Sojourn ult, which will buy them time to build Reaper ult, build Window, build Beat, but Booga having the advantage on the Grav is truly an unfortunate situation. We'll see if they can win this fight before Booga can pull out the Grav.
Well, we are going back into it here. And of course now Booga, as we were discussing, is going to have the lead there on the Grav. Greninja getting assassinated there by the devs. But lots of opportunities to retake control. Both sides are
Yeah.
coming up to big ults.
Yeah, Sojourn ult, Window can wipe a whole team if executed properly, and they have superior positioning as the side of Reality Check have to push into this open space as Sojourn ult already coming out to force out the Reaper.
Yeah, lots of damage coming out, especially if the Amplification Matrix forcing out the beat now coming up from Suf. Now the Blossom as well from Sonder. Booga
that's
taking out
over-investment.
Devilwood. Yeah, the overclock goes down. And that was a big investment there from both sides, but it is the side of Reality Check winning it out.
Yeah, using 4 ultimates there. Alternate Untitled, despite losing out on ult economy, have fixed their ult economy by just not pressing more ults in an obviously lost fight. They'll now have Beat for Grav. They'll have their own Death Blossom, and will they be able to execute here with Zupo and Sonder already 1v1ing over on the high ground? And here comes the Blossom!
That's big enough. In fact,
Very
it
big.
gets them in control. Not only that, Krabby, but Booga used their grab.
Yeah, they grabbed the Death Blossom to try and stop the follow through and bait the fact that the entirety of Alternate Untitled were pushing in. But what happened was Nelio, as I said, just beat the Grav. He didn't even really need to beat because half the entire side of Eclipse of Reality Check was already dead. But now we're on a neutral fight and energy advantage for the side of Greninja.
That's for sure. Also a bit of an old advantage if this fight goes long enough, that is.
He'll finally get to use his Grav.
Oh, I don't want to cast a curse it. Greninja gets walled up and there it goes. And they're not able to win that fight out. To be fair, that's a very keen win there for Reality Check, because if they lost that fight, they'd be up against the forward spawn of Untitled.
Yeah, but Untitled, I apologize deeply to Greninja. I will. I refuse further comments on the status of your Graviton Surge. I will leave that up to you, my friend. As he's been walled off again. He might be caught out. Oh
Ooh.
no!
That's a devastating pick, and I talked about the forward spawn of Untitled. Well, now we're potentially getting the forward spawn of Reality Check. Sturgergen gets up the amplification matrix, but it doesn't have a good visual. Devilwood
Wonderful
finding
shot.
Linrax. That's a great shot. It can try and turn it around. This overclock. This needs to be big from Devilwood, but the beat is going to stop it from getting the follow-up. The window as well. Sonder finds Zupa. This is going to definitely go in the lead here. They do get the grab. Can they stop them getting the forward spawn? Greninja playing their heart out here, and they do stop them from getting the forward spawn, but they do get the lead by just a small amount.
Both teams with Reaper ults coming to this fight, but the crucial thing is no support ults from the side of Reality Check versus the Death Blossom. Nelio needs to power farm this beat. There is no way they survive this Graviton Surge and Death Blossom if he cannot farm beat quick enough. Greninja needs to tighten up his positioning as he keeps getting walled off, and I believe they're just going to let this side of Reality Check walk up a little here, as both teams just trying to farm up their remaining crucial ultimates for this fight. Zupo forcing point, really messing up Reality Check's positioning.
That's what they needed. Meanwhile, the Blossom from Sonder forces the Immortality Field from their own side there. Book of fighting Zupa. That's good for the side of Reality Check right now. If they can get these follow-up eliminations, it'd be great. The beat to sustain right now. Amplification Matrix as well. Right into the grab, however. This one is very chaotic. With Greninja's health, it's looking like it's going to go the way of Reality Check, and they're very close to getting that forward spawn.
This is likely going to be the forward spawn cap, as this Zupo being caught out was truly tragic. He was pushing the cart to like force Reality Check to go back to point, but unfortunately he was had his Wraith forced. He ran away, but his Wraith just didn't last long enough to escape. As we've got another pause here, and it might be also pause, as someone might be DCing, as neither side seems to claim responsibility for the pause. There was no typing for it.
Yeah, there wasn't an auto pause before, so I believe the team that has lobby lead just paused there without saying pause. But then again, do you really need to say pause? You know, it's not a fight anyway, is the main thing. But it's unfortunate that this just seems to be a bit of a cursed game. At least a cursed map. The forward spawn is so close to being unlocked here by Reality Check that, you know, we really need to see Untitled speed out of point. But with Nelio still dead, they're not going to have the speed. I don't even know if they get a touch there, even if they do get Zupo in an incredible Blossom position.
I think the fortunate side of this is that Zupo can just contest the point by sat above the bridge. As a Reaper, you can Wraith form. Of course, he'll have to use his Wraith form to do that, but he can buy 5, maybe 10 seconds, and hopefully that's enough for Greninja to get back and bubble him so he can then go cart and try and stay alive. And they really want to try and take this fight before the checkpoint is captured, because if they win the fight they need to be careful, of course. If they win the fight after checkpoint is captured, then they're gonna have to wait for the butt scratch and whatnot, and it's really a awkward situation. It's really going to come down to whether they can juggle the contest on the card for long enough to be able to execute this fight. And looks like we'll be going back into the game with Zupo already setting up to potentially contest the card.
Well, the ready checks are in. We're back into this game, and this could be a very critical moment here, as it definitely looks like this forward spawn is going to be unlocked. In fact, Sonder's the only one on point, actually.
Yeah, the side of Reality Check was down some members as well, so they backed up. Zupo was able to get the contest, and Graviton Surge and Reaper on the side of Altera Untitled. Whichever team win this fight will get checkpoints. There's no doubt about it. And Sonder caught out early. Wonderful shot from Devilwood. Zupo going for lock. He's helicoptering. catches up Sivert.
Through the sky, it was beautiful. Through the amplification matrix as well.
They were able to save Graviton Surge, which was so crucial. Saving Grav there means that you can now grab when Reality Check go for the last second touch, and the Sojourner will mean that they can just spam railgun headshots into the Grav. Lead taken by Alterna Untitled, and will they touch before checkpoint? They will.
They
Will Greninja
did.
live? He bubbles.
Yeah, the Blizzard and the Beat there. Right into a Graviton Surge, but the Beat saves them for enough. Now the overclock from Devilwood needs to come up big here. It's been big investments, and Savar gets booped off of the point there by Nilo, but it's looking to go the way of a Reality Check, and that is so close to getting the forward spawn.
Literally 0.4 meters, I believe it was. And we're now in a situation where Nelio does have the beat for the grab. And they have window. Linrax also has window. And once again, we're in the same situation. Whichever team wins this fight has a checkpoint. I can't believe I was lying about the first one. We'll see how this goes, as windows will probably be exchanged in the coming seconds, as these teams are posturing with less than 2 minutes remaining. This match is going down to the wire.
This is a pivotal fight. Everything matters here. No mistakes can be made. The beat comes out from the side of Untitled, but Zupo didn't get it. They've been gravitating
Linmax
up.
caught.
Yeah, Linrax is down also. Now it's kind of equal, but the point is in control. Nilo needs to touch. They're alone right now. They're gonna go down. Gets the healing just in time as Devil would find Suf. That was just clutch enough. Now the two Zarias fighting. They take each other out. That was so close. There's 1 minute remaining in this Krabby.
Altera Untitled won't get checkpoint. With Greninja Dawn, they can't anchor point. This fight is going to go back to the middle of the map again. As both sides,
can't handle
Greninja is closest to beat. Suf close to the grab. Suf close to beat. Linrex has window. Devilwood has this Sojourner, and he's shown to be deadly so far with these shots. And we'll see how this goes, as Greninja just needs to farm up the rest of this grab. We're in the point where it doesn't matter whoever wins this fight catches checkpoint. Whoever wins this fight wins the game.
Yeah, 30 seconds remaining. This could very well be the last one, especially if it goes long. There's ultimates coming up. Devilwood does have the overclock ready, but the amplification matrix coming up from the side of Reality Check. Devilwood on a flank here.
The beat
to
force and the
sustain.
beat. There's still a Graviton Surge.
Zupo goes down, however. The Graviton Surge now if it would be, but they're walled off! The follow-up's not
But
there,
it's still
but it is just in time with Serpagurgan and Devilwood on an off angle. It looks like Untitled, despite the DC, despite this being a broad map, they've held in strong and they have equalized here in the grand finals. It's 2-2 Krabby. That was one of the most entertaining push maps I've ever casted.
This game genuinely caused by the DC, as Greninja was about to grab and win the fight 1 minute into the match or 2 minutes into the fight. The game would have been the side of Voltaire Untitled. They would have had forward spawns, probably pushing on 80 to 100 meters. But that DC has just completely switched up the flow of the match. That was way more stressful than it had to be for Voltaire Untitled, but they showed their composure. They brought it back. And let's see how these bans go.
If they ban 2 more tanks, I genuinely don't know what happens.
As the team's asking, do map bans from the first map stick? I believe so, correct? Yes, they do. As we won't be seeing Ilios or Lijiang, more than likely.
I'm not sure on that one, but
I don't know. It would make sense if the
that might
control
be a
maps
quick
would
rule
carry
book
over.
check.
Quickly pull up the rule book, but either way, I don't know who they ban here.
Well, I mean, either way, right? Like, this game has been so entertaining. The fact that we've went 2-2, we've went all the way. This
Seen
whole
so many
tournament.
styles.
Yeah, this whole tournament we've been talking about. What if it goes all the way? You know, what if it gets to that 2-2 situation and all the tanks are gone. We're very close to that being the fact. So, that's incredible. I believe some players are looking up the rulebook. I'm also going to look up the rulebook. I don't think hero bans stay. For the first map, for every following round, the rule hero bans. Yeah, so I don't think the map bans stay, but I think
Mhm.
the hero bans do.
Likely,
You
yeah.
know,
iGeneral says map bans are in play. iGeneral is our tournament
okay.
admin.
Yep. Of course, Lucas being the tournament admin knows much more than I do. So
We just talk. We're not supposed to like. We don't know the rules. We just talk. And
yes.
speaking of talking, will they ban Zarya? As I don't think. It depends if Altera Untitled ban Zarya to essentially force Orisa versus a Doomfist Hog or Sigma. It will be a favorable matchup for the Orisa, and it would be the question of do Reality Check play Orisa? So Reality Check, they might ban Orisa if Altera Untitled bans Zarya. It's really, really, I don't know.
Yeah, because like, how much will you shoot yourself in the own foot for the funny? Because at this point, if you are banning another tank, you're doing it for the meme. I think, surely.
It's doing it for the meme, or Altera Untitled might not be comfortable on Zarya. This might have been like the only option they had. Who knows? Greninja was definitely getting caught out positioning wise. So it's the question of will Greninja fix his positioning issues going into the map 5, or will they choose to avoid any risk of there having to be positioning issues and just ban out the Zarya? But in that situation, this might be the time we see a Lucio ban. that would throw a complete spanner in the works if Lucio gets banned here.
Yes. So they banned Nepal. They played Li Zhang. So the options are ban Ilios or Oasis. I believe. Which now means, I mean, Oasis is, I would say, is probably more the brawly route, right? Where Ilios is more the divey route.
And Nepal is like the hybrid where you can. But the thing is, Nepal is the hybrid. Wait, is Nepal banned? I can't remember. If Nepal is no, I believe the only maps are that left of are Oasis and Ilios since they banned Nepal map 1, I believe. So Lijiang was played, Nepal was banned. It's Ilios or Oasis. There will be no map ban in this situation due to the fact that the team map banning would actually just be able to choose the map because they would only leave one map remaining. So it's just going to be Reality Check picking map. And Oasis, Brawly, Ilios would be divey if it weren't for the fact that we have no dive tanks left.
Yeah. Well, Doomfist.
Yeah, I guess. But will they
Doomfist can
willingly
be
play the
played.
Doomfist into Zarya Reaper? That's the question. It's a interesting and a tough decision to make, and I am I really don't know what they do here, as this is just amazing. My brain function is going
Yeah.
full power.
Yeah, and obviously, once the map is banned, they're basically choosing the map, right? Because there's only 2 left.
So it's just gonna be Reality Check picking map, and we'll see how it goes.
I mean, which is, fair enough. But it's the hero bans, right? I mean,
Oasis is the pick. We ban Ilios and we pick Oasis. They did both in once. Let's go.
yes.
they 2 for 1 there.
Okay.
So Oasis, the Brawl side. Now let's see bans. It comes down to the bans is the important one.
Yeah.
So many
I
heroes off the
I
table.
gotta imagine that they're not going to touch Zarya, right? Because if they do, like, yeah, it's the funny choice. It might be the effective choice, but also how much are you shooting yourself in the foot? I think both teams looked okay on Zarya. Obviously, you're a little bit more of a Zarya player than me, so you can give them a bit more of an in-depth one on that. But they seemed comfortable enough. It, I think, banning more tanks, leaving us with like a Roadhog Sigma Orisa or a Roadhog Sigma
Doom or something like
Doom.
that.
That's so cursed.
A
That is-
smart ban here potentially would be banning the Reaper, as Altera Untitled definitely showed more coordination with their Zarya Reaper. And Altera Untitled have identified that Sonder is a very good Mei player. I believe Sivart is the really good Mei player. So banning Mei, really effective on map like University, where it's going to be very tight inside and we'll definitely see the Mei. What will reality check ban? Is no tank bans, thankfully, so the tank pool hasn't been limited yet.
Yet. There's still a ban to be played from Reality Check. I think banning May is great from the side of Untitled. It did look like Reality Check overall played a lot of May and were very comfortable with May. And obviously on University you see a lot of May, and even on Gardens as well. I think the most curious match is going to be if we start or if we get to City Center. I think that's when things get a little kooky.
We might see the Symmetra make a return. We'll see.
Oh yeah.
Symmetra's kind of gone out of favor the second Reinhardt was gone. They banned Zarya!
Oh, they did.
They did it! I believe Reality Check are going to play Doomfist, Altera and Title are going to play Orisa. That is what I can see. Booga seeming like the typical Hyperflex, the Hyperflex player that plays DPS support and tank. Their normal tank DPS or their normal tank pool is normally something like Zarya Doom. So, I believe Booga wants to play Doomfist. And Altera and Title, they still have Orisa up into Doomfist, and Sombra is still available. This
That's
might...
true.
They have Sombra, they have Cass, they have Orisa. They have so many things that they can do, and we'll be taking a quick break before, going into this map. As map 5, everyone's a bit tired, everyone needs to just compose themselves, get some water, including us casters, who... My water bowl's empty, I don't know about you, Gio. So, we will be taking a quick break soon, and we'll be back shortly.
Yep. Hello and welcome back to the final hour, the final push. Well, not push map, but control map. We are at the final battle now of this tournament, of the grand finals, of one of the most entertaining grand finals in the history of all arena editions. This is going to be some hell of a fight. Krabby, there's so many interesting bands here. There's so few tanks to play as well.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's Orisa, the kind of ultimate tank denier, has been left in with Sigma, Roadhog, and Doomfist. Doomfist and Roadhog, two tanks that don't have a fun time into Orisa. Sigma, a tank that is neutral into Orisa in the sense that they don't really interact. But Sigma on control is a very debatable option. So, we're going to see an Orisa from at least one side, and I think Altera Untitled will play Orisa. I think Reality Check, with their Hyperflex player, now on tank, we saw them play Zarya last map, will likely play Doomfist, because that is like what you normally see from like your Hyperflex DP or Hyperflex DPS support tank players. So, yeah. And we'll see if they can run the Doomfist into the Orisa, as we are about to go into the last map, Gio.
Yes, and if you've enjoyed the cast so far, if you've enjoyed our wonderful voices, then feel free to, if you have a little extra money to spend, there's a tip jar. If you scroll down, you can tip the casters. Of course, we are doing this on a volunteer basis, and you know, it's fun, but you know, it's real tiring as well. So I appreciate every little helps. Also, it's worth remembering the stakes here for these teams in terms of money, because there's money on the line. $150 over the top 3 spots, and they're fighting for the number 1 spot, which is $70. And that is because of the sponsor Community Gaming, the all-in-one spot for tournaments. And because of that, whoever wins this, the team is going to be walking away with some money. They can use that for travel to LAN or a battle pass if there are shells, or
PvE.
yeah, PvE. You can buy PvE, which isn't buggy at all, despite the fact that I've fallen through the map. My cutscenes have broken, and
I've been hit by a train.
You've been by a train. Oh, I know exactly where. I don't. This is the first time I've heard that, and I know exactly where that is.
PvE is truly a wonderful experience when your internet isn't, you know, struggling to load the cutscenes and you're watching them in 144p. They're good cutscenes, just they don't look as good in 144p, that's for sure.
Don't even get me started. Mines were not even loading properly. First time me and Crumble played them, he had to wait 5 minutes after his finished for me to finish mine because they kept buffering. But it's not PvE, it's PvP, player v player, and the final map of the final game, the grand finals, will conclude here. We're in Oasis, Untitled versus Reality Check. It all comes down to this.
Indeed, 10 seconds until we see the initial hero picks, and Ganinja's just typed in chat, these tank selections make me sad. I would make most people sad, as there's really not many options. As expected, Ganinja's blocking the Orisa, and I kind of saw this coming. Unfortunately, Sufa's disconnected, and
well, at least this time I was in spawn.
their game crashed. Unlucky, as I think the side of Altera Untitled, their comp won't switch up much. I think it's gonna be it's gonna be the Sojourn, the Symmetra out of spawn to TP will likely swap back to Tracer or something like that. With no Mei on the side, Tracer is probably gonna be the favorable DPS pick. And as we can, some bans are currently occurring in text chat, as with Soof DCing, Greninja says, "Oh, looky him, he didn't DC mid-map," and Sturbagon is making fun of his own teammates. insinuating the salt emote.
Yeah, well, obviously it worked out for them in the end. They may have DC'd mid-map, but they won that map, so there's no real complaining to be had, let's be honest. I just hope that we get a nice clean map here. The Blizzard doesn't interfere with its usual shenanigans, and that this is the only DC. Touchwood, by the way.
Time to jinx it and say it would be really funny if the server crashed on third round to 99.99.
Well, you know, if that happens, not only are you some sort of oracle, but you'll be blacklisted from all productions.
So I probably would be. As let's see if Booga decides he's playing Orisa, or are they gonna pull out the Doomfist? Sturbagan in offering Hammer 1v1 for point. His own team telling him no. Trying to diffuse the tension of the map 5 slightly, as these players will be obviously not that nervous. They're very experienced. They've played plenty of tournaments and won a lot of games. So obviously they will be very experienced, and they're probably very calm. I think the most nervous part about this is the fact that they only have like 3 tanks left to pick from.
Yeah. I mean, these are some of the best tier 3 players in all of EU. So,
Indeed.
or EMEA to be, more broad with it. They've proven that in other tournaments, they've proven that in Open Division, and they're proving it here. It is Greninja, it is Booga, both on Orisa, one of the last remaining tanks. Let's see how this one gets on.
Interesting styles, with the Bat Brig from one side playing very defensively with the Sim Torbjorn, but the other side, they're also sticking to the Sim, but they have Lucio, so they're going to be able to more quickly take positioning, but maybe we'll lose out in out-and-out bullfights. But it's if they can find engage, especially with this Sojourn pick, which will be very influential. Devilwood was probably one of the main reasons why they even won Colosseo, so we'll see if he can replicate his heroics again on this map, as the fight is taken onto point as Booga is pushing up.
Yeah, but they've TP'd onto the position. Suf taking Nilo out. Devilwood in a compromised position gets booped away there by a whip shot. The side of Entitled, they are still down. They're Lucio, which means they don't have as good as rotation. Zupo gets a bit of a weird TP, but Greninja finding Booga. That's going to open things up. Sonder, however, trades for it with Nilo back. It's still very back and forth. No team has a tank right now. It's 0-0 still, and this is just tooth and nail. Like, neither team are giving an inch. They're both playing
Greninja
careful.
will likely be back first. No, both tanks back at the same time thanks to a Zupo TP. And bat windows on both sides. Greninja is the closest one to Orisa roll, and that might be the decider if this window doesn't find anything.
Oh, Booga choosing to go through it. It's a brave way, but of course, very survivable is the Orisa. Big, not so much when they're javelin there and then followed up with the headshot. Now you can play a little bit more aggressive, less healing, less sustain now, but that's what the wall is for, as Reality keep themselves alive. Folks, and it's still 0-0%. Have you ever seen a start to control quite like this one? Greninja coming in with the Orisa ultimate, now Zupo bringing up the Symmetra wall again, and finally, minutes into this match, someone takes control, and it is Untitled.
Yeah, neither of these teams have closing power in their comps. Especially if you don't find a pick on the Sim, there's no real way to aggressively push out and clean up kills. So both the teams, even though they were trading picks, were stuck in a stalemate of, we can't really walk into the Symmetra, we will both get melted, so we just have to wait. And thankfully, the beat from Nelio, the Lucio pick coming in clutch, the beat allowed them to fearlessly run out of Symmetra and clean up the fight. They're back. Reality Check are back with the TP. Will they get point? No, they won't. Ninja touching.
They do set up the turret on the central island there. Could be interesting, could force Devilwood out. There's a rally, TP there, taking control of the central island again. Nilo in a bit of trouble, almost goes down, needs to back up. There's Booga now, finding Devilwood. That's a lot of damage gone off the board. They're going to be able to turn it around. Survivor can a bit of a late investment of the amplification matrix, as it seems like Reality Check have control here.
Indeed, and it's so funny given the fact that like the DPS picks are being limited, with no May and Reaper not being a good choice here, and the fact that both teams know that there's going to be an Orisa mirror, the Symmetra is actually a very, very valuable pick. I'm almost surprised that there's no Sombra, but given the fact that there's a Torb on the side of Sombra, I feel like they almost expected Sombra on the side of Reality Check, so counter-picked it already, but now they've ended up with a very bunkery, very stable point comp, and these fights are just going to be long, so long, as teams back on point, Devilwood going for the engage.
Overclock coming out, amplification matrix on the other side to try and nullify the sight lines. That's a great usage of it. Devilwood in a compromised position, needs to back up. Now the Molten Core didn't get too much done, but a Javelin into Zupo forces them into it. They take the damage. Here it comes again. Greninja with a double! I've not seen that before in
Yes!
once.
Oh no!
Wait,
Well, this-
hold on.
They brought it back. The Ajax. They were Altera Untitled was so low HP. Nelio went to beat to try and clutch it out, but he got Ajax. And Altera Untitled, the back first. Will they be able to flip the cap, or the side of the Reality Tech's back? Will they touch? No, they've given point. Point Tick is now back on the side of Altera Untitled. That might have been a costly mistake if they don't actually win this fight out quickly.
And with the Symmetra wall up, Entitled, they're able to hold on to the point, especially if Suf going down. Yep, there they are. They're taking a nice solid fight here, even utilizing the amplification matrix just to be sure. Boy, that was a chaotic couple of fights there, but 70% for both sides.
Oh my goodness, as the Sojourner, there's a rally on the side of Suf. Booga's ult will more than likely find a pick if he gets it onto the Symmetra or the BAP. Devilwood's basically got the game in his hands. If he finds the Sojourner, they will win this game, but there's 4 ultimates on the side of Reality Check. This might be a let them use 4 ults and see if we can win next fight, but no! Sturlagan have other ideas!
Oh my god, Savak going down early. That's great. Cybergurken coming up big there. However, Zupa goes
Symmetra's
down.
trading.
It's a bit of a trade. There's the Molten Core trying to create some space for them, but Devilwood didn't find what they wanted with the overclock.
Reality
Now-
Check have used all 4 of their ultimates.
Yeah,
Altera
that's the
Untitled have
issue.
the Orisa ult now, and the beat coming up soon, but Devilwood's caught out of position!
Greninja looking for it, perhaps, goes in deep. The Immortality Field is already out, doesn't find anything. Suf is in a compromised position, but Greninja goes down. Booker wins out the Orisa duel, 81%. It's going to be a bit of a staggered touch here.
They're going to swap back to the Symmetra because the only way they can touch as a team is TPing onto point. And Greninja is so delayed due to that late ult. It was a very ambitious ult, but they have beats, so they will be able to stagger onto point and stabilize for a while, but the Symmetra will have advanced positioning. Will this work out as decided of Reality Check spread out completely, but Lindrax is caught out by the
Again!
TP!
Lindrax goes down, Sturbergargan finding the elimination yet again. Suf so low, so is Surfat. Needs to back up, and they do, but they're still taking out Sturbergargan, being an absolute star player here, and so is Devilwood. That was so back and forth. They were so close to losing a point. This grand finals is an absolute barn burner as it now sits as Untitled 1-0 on the final map here. They have match point.
And at the end of the day, it's the Lucio pick that came in clutch. They TP'd onto point, beat instantly, and just as a group ran down the Baptiste, just not letting him giving him a chance to play the game. I can only imagine what this series would have been like if Lucio got banned in map 1. It would have been so different because Lucio has been a defining factor on every map so far. As
Boy.
this side's probably going to run it back with the same comps.
Mm-hmm.
Will Reality Check adapt to the Lucio speed, or will Untitled clean up and finish off this map effectively? I don't know, as both of these teams are going so even. It's just so scrappy.
Well, already with the high ground control, Untitled setting up nicely here, forcing Reality Check to come to them. Reality Check are going to back up momentarily, decide on how to rotate here. They could TP up, Or they could just force down onto point. That's a bit of a risk, however. Bugha is walking onto point here. It looks like they're not TPing. Control definitely on the side of Entitled right now. Savat TP's behind. Greninja notices it, needs to get rid of that. Taking a lot of heat right now as this kind of poke stage extends. Now
They need
Bugha
to be
forced
careful.
to touch.
They can't give first cap here. If they
First
give
cap.
first cap, this will be so damaging for the side of Reality Check. As they're TP'd onto the backside
Absolutely.
of point, will it work? As Linrax is TP'd back to get a flank, and they've caught Zupo out with it. What
Zupa
the
goes
fuck?
down, but Serpagorgon again. Sonder is down. Serpagorgon has been amazing in this map here in Oasis, trying to get their team the win. Now the Amplification Matrix out early goes down. Bugha finds them. The other Amplification Matrix coming up. That's going to be a little bit more stable. It seems like Reality Check have the better of this fight right now as they take down Greninja.
Yes, and they gave like 99% of the point cap, like almost gave cap, trying to buy their time and find the right engage. And eventually they did find the good TP. Reality Check found a great TP alternative, didn't rotate properly, and Linrax was able to take the TP back onto where they originally were main, catching up Zupo as they're TPing to the high ground here. They're just quickly taking high ground. They've claimed pretty much all point control from that TP. Very smart, but Linrax catches out Nelio.
Yeah, Nelio got caught in a bad position. Now the follow-up is disastrous. Oh, they invest 2 ultimates, both the wall and the Orisa ult, but it didn't go their way. That was a little bit of a late investment, Krabby.
Yeah, I think he pressed the ult right as his teammates died, and it was kind of like, I'm ulting, guys, I'm ulting. Oh, there's 2 people dead. Oh no, and it's so unfortunate timing-wise, as this is now an uphill battle, fighting into the Sim Wall, Torbolt, and Rally with just a beat and a Sojourn ult to your name. Devilwood has been really good this series. I have no doubt that if he can find the space, he'll clutch this fight out. But will he
Absolutely.
find the space?
Lots of eyes on them right now. There's the rally though. Don't want to be ulting into it. The beat comes out. Here's the overclock, the wall to try and stabilize for the side of for Reality, but Greninja goes down. They find that elimination and push back Untitled again. They've had complete control here in Garden since that first fight.
Yeah, all the cooldowns were used, all the ultimates were used from both sides, and unfortunately 3 is greater than 2 in this situation, and the wall nullified the Sojourn ult. As last fight situation, it's just a window apiece, and who can land the clutch shots to win the match? As Orisa ults might come into play, but that will be significantly later on into the round, into the fight.
Sturberger needs to come up big with this Amplification Matrix. Both of them come up, and Sturberger goes down. Savat finds them with the spam. That's a disaster. You don't have your core healing. Just needs to touch now, but it's not looking good. They need to come up with a miracle here if they want to get this point. They go for the rotate, and Ninja goes down. The writing is on the wall. We will go to the end of this grand finals, 2-2 in the series, 1-1 on Oasis. It's all down to University.
And the momentum is just swinging. Altera Untitled finished out the first point relatively closely, but in the end it was a close affair. It came down to 99-99. This round it was just amazing. The 100-0. Altera Untitled didn't know what to do. Their rotations were just completely nullified. And Reality Check gave them a reality check. They were like, you may have won map 1, but we ain't going down without a fight. As both teams going to mirror the same comps again, and you have to agree that Reality Check have momentum here. Will Altera Untitled be able to bounce back and figure this out? Because they looked lost on that last round.
The whole weekend has led to this 1 point. It's all down to this. Same compositions that we've seen. It's been an absolutely insane series, but now it must end. We're in the final arc right now, and soon it will climax and one of these teams being victorious.
And who will it be? The more calm and composed approach with the back brig Torb, or the teams just running around with Lucio as TP onto point for the side of Reality Check, taking point control, and Altera Untitled seem nowhere to be found. Greninja finally dropping. They've
to be
TP'd themselves to basically swap sides on the point from where they started. Let's see if Greninja can survive. He's currently getting very hardly focused, and they give point control as Greninja's getting absolutely melted.
Yeah, and Devilwood's on an off angle, but not a very good one. Doesn't have good shots available. But now, onto Booger they do. TPing right into the back. This is a chaotic fight, but again, so much damage coming out from the Sonder Torb. You can tell that in the pure ult percentage. But Booger going down. Now the amplification rates from Sturbagarn. This is going to secure it for Untitled, as it looks like we're going back and forth just like we were on City Center.
Yeah, the thing with Devilwood's flank is he was keeping them in that undersection. His flank was felt less impactful because the side of Reality Check weren't leaving that undersection. The second they left the undersection, they were forced to go and contest him. The second they did, the map just fell apart, and he was able to find picks. Booger fell very quickly, and now they have to push into it. But they have Rally, they have Torbolt, they have Simul, but most ults also available on the side of Altera Untitled. Will this beat be able to get them through the impending just barrage of ultimates that's about to hit them? As well, 2 walls coming out, a house is being built. Will we see windows? We've got the we've got the welcome mat. But the Ajax!
Oh no! Nilo goes down during the cast of beat. Now, Untitled, they're just on their last leg, trying to get these touches in, get it as high as they can. They'll get 52% here, but just crabby.
That was milliseconds away from living the Orisa ult, saving both of them who were caught in it, and probably turning the fight around, or at least forcing Bash or Brigol and Window. But now they have to run into Brigol and Window. They have the Orisa ult of their own, and Devilwood going with his ult, going to force as much pressure as possible with this Sojourn ult. Already forcing them pretty much into hiding. And Nilo caught by the Spino again already!
Nilo goes down. Now you have a little bit less of that rotation, but you have this amplification matrix as Zupo changes the tides. Booger though, standing in the back line. Devilwood from the Hells, finding Suf. It's back and forth as Booger finds Sturbagarn. Greninja solo. A brilliant boop into the
point
pit.
presence!
Booger is nowhere to be seen as they need to come back up. Untitled to have the point. Greninja needs to keep this one in. Wait
was
for
the only reason they couldn't contest point. And everyone's
Sturbagarn
back now.
back,
Booger's
and
caught
Booger-
up before his supports get back. Oh no!
Booger is down.
What in that
Devilwood
fight?
keeping it up. Now it's looking good.
So
71% for the side of Untitled.
They have a Risserol. Nilio has no beat to Ajax this time. Stroof swapping over to the Lucio. They've decided that the Brig's not working. Will this Arisol be enough to get through the window from Zupo? This is 90%. Last fight territory. Will they be able to push in and win this? TP into the backline. Bait TP. Booger going in, committing. He's used Fortify.
Zupo does have the wall here. Can split up the point if needed. Oh, but the Orisa ult is going to cut them off completely. Now, with the Molten Core, they have control of the point, able to switch it over. Now, Untitled, they have a choice to back up here or commit, and it does look like they'll choose the smarter option. They've got plenty of ults to go.
Yeah, 4 ults up. The Torbjorn ult was used. They're pushing into a window. If they execute quickly, there won't be a beat on the side of Suf. There's going to be a wall used initially. There's the wall, but Altera Untitled, they're just taking the high ground. They know that they're going to have to play patiently. They have to last second touch. Greninja is going to absolutely send it with his ult here. Going in, he catches Booger. Will he die? No.
Ninja finds nothing. Sonder now,
from
looking
Nelio
to
soon.
spam through. Nelio again goes down, doesn't get the beat. That's an incredible choice there to go for them. Nelio's going to be kicking himself, needs to get back into this one quick. It's 99 to 99. It all comes down to this final fight. Greninja goes down. The Immortality Field wasn't there, and it looks like the reality check is going to hit Untitled. Nelio gets the beat to touch, but it's all over. And reality check through this amazing grand finals have won it all. An incredible series, an incredible map. Beautiful.
Honestly, that was insane. Nelio, I feel so bad as as a player, you're after that game, you're just gonna feel like you're the reason you lost. He was caught out, unfortunately, in so many situations, and I can't speak for the context leading up to those situations, but it's heartbreaking for him. Ajax various times dying in clutch situations, but Booga was the catalyst for all that, landing spear after spear, causing all of these misplays, these amazing ultimates from Booga, just leading to the wonderful plays. And that was an amazing last fight with one ultimate versus the 4 of alternate old titled. Pulling it out was genuinely impressive.
Incredible. And like, honestly, one of the most action-packed grand finals here in A51, and it will go down in history. Beautiful plays from across the board, and Reality Check, they just win it out. They really started to focus the main players. They focused out Neilio there in the end, and unfortunately for Untitled, they didn't get that beat off. And it's there's a lot to break down here, but in this Hero Band tournament, I'll tell you what, this has been incredibly entertaining to cast, and I hope as much as entertaining to watch. That the fact that our grand finals went 2-2, 1-1, 99-99, all down to a single percent. 1% was the difference here between these teams. Insane.
I hope you guys, as we get these players in to do some interviews, we'll be having interviews from both teams. I hope you thoroughly enjoyed Gio and I's casting. We pulled our hearts out. My voice, I've got scrim soon and my voice is gone. And if you feel like supporting us in these endeavors, as this is obviously volunteer work for us, feel free to scroll down, and if you have some money spare, use the send it to the caster tip jar, as it would be greatly appreciated. We do this out of passion. We enjoyed it, and we genuinely enjoyed casting these grand finals, and mean the world if you would support us just a little bit. As I believe we have Greninja coming in as our first interview, joining us shortly.
Hello, Greninja. Welcome. First of all, condolences for not winning, but second place ain't too shabby.
Oh, thank you. Well, we're not upset with that. A lot of it is just unlucky circumstances, but it's okay. But we didn't play the best today, but we'll come back better.
Yeah. First question is, what are the comms like in these last matches? Like in that push map, in the final control map, it looked so chaotic, so back and forth, and it could have all changed at a coin flip. It came down to 1% in the end. What are your comms like in those situations?
It's of course it's hectic and loud, but we're trying to just exploit any mistake they make. But kudos to the other team. They played really well against our aggression and our passiveness. But we were just trying to find an opening, constant calls on cooldowns and what we want to do. But in that like chaoticness, we can't really hear everything. So it's just it's just 5 dudes yelling at the top of their lungs to see like what play they can make.
Yeah, that is the nature of map 5s and grand finals. I can hear it in your voice that your voice is slightly gone, and
just a wee bit, just a
little bit.
Also, obviously, this is a Hero Band tournament, right? When you get to the point where you have like how many tanks were left in the end?
4 tanks.
4 tanks. What do you, as the sole tank player of Alternate Title, what's going through your mind at that point?
It's like you go to a restaurant and then you see an entire menu, but the chef says, "Oh, we're out of this. Oh, we're out of this. Oh, we're out of this." So you're left with like a salad and a burger, but both of those are not what you came to the restaurant for. So it's just, I know what to expect, because they wanted to ban a lot of our strong suits, and all 4 of those tanks I haven't touched in months, especially in scrims. So I know they probably are on the same boat, but it was just funny to see different comps, new ideas come to play. But it was, at the end of the day, it was a little depressing. I couldn't play Monkey anymore.
Sad.
So, how, with the hero bands and obviously comps being limited due to tanks, how much do you think a coach has to play in this? How much of a role do you think your coaching staff would play with the hero bands adapting map to map?
It's honestly, he gives us a quick rundown, but it's honestly up to us. We know, as players, we know what each hero should be doing to optimize the best results. So it's just quick fixes to make it better, right? Because we can scrim the same comp over and over again and then go into OD, but in tournaments like this, it's all about flexibility. It's all about knowing what your heroes are best at. So it comes down to us kind of knowing what we need to do. But shout out to the coaching staff. Weevil's kind of like my father, taking care of the amount of ints I've done during this game. Slapping me on the wrist.
Well, it's been an incredible series. Overall, how do you rate the experience of having hero bans and having map bans in a tournament like this?
I think this could, as Overwatch progresses and they add more stuff, I feel like it would become more necessary, right? Because other big games with a bunch of heroes, a bunch of maps, it's necessary to do that. You want to get rid of the maps that teams aren't good at, or you want to get rid of the heroes that are just broken. But it also helps, the viewer base kind of watch different things. We all don't want to watch goats again. We all don't want to watch, the same comp be running an owl over and over and over again. So
Yeah.
these tournaments are super, super fun. My experience is off the charts. I hope everybody else who played in the tournament had fun. I know we did. We took a lot of silly stuff and made it work. So it was a great time. I can't complain.
Yeah, we had
Awesome.
a wonderful time casting. It was a lot of fun. We were in between maps, of course, you're banning, and we're trying to figure out what heroes you could play. We completely forgot of the existence of Zarya going into Colosseo until you picked up Zarya Mirror, and we were like, oh yeah, they can play that. And then we had an incredible time casting Colosseo, despite it being an unfortunate map due to the circumstances, but overall just constantly adapting styles. Hero bands do make for a good viewer experience and the casting experience.
Absolutely. Talk about unfortunate experiences. I just moved into my college dorm, which doesn't have internet, so I couldn't play there. And then I went to the esports arena my college has. It was locked and nobody was there. So I had to message a bunch of people on campus to use their PCs. So right now, I'm at a stranger's house on his PC. So it's kind of, I had to make do with what we got. But it's honestly, our team is known to be a little cursed in these kind of situations.
Well, shout out to that guy then.
Yeah,
Shout out to the
honestly.
stranger.
So it works out. I had fun nonetheless, but I'm sure that he was weirded out with me screaming in his room.
Well, you guys got second place. You got $50. I'll let you go back to your team. And well, congratulations for getting this far. It was an incredible grand finals.
I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Thank you so much for casting. Appreciate all the guys' work all the work you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our pleasure.
Have a good one.
Well, that is the interview there from Alternate Titled. We'll now try and get someone in from Reality Check,
was-
our winners.
A very good second place. That's a very good interview for a second place. Except humble in
Oh,
defeat,
yeah.
comfortable talking about their
I mean,
circumstances, and they had a good
absolutely.
time. So that's the important thing.
Absolutely. I mean, it came down to 1%. They should absolutely be happy with themselves with that. I mean, you play that Oasis 10 times and you get, 5 times.
50-50.
Yeah, you get 50-50. So, perfect. Anyway, let's hear from some of our grand final winners. We have Sakura coming in and Buga also.
Yeah.
Hello, Buga. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very well. I wasn't even playing, and I'm stressed. So we talked to you after the losers finals, and that was a 3-0. After this series, which went 2-2, 1-1, 99-99. At that point, what's going through your mind as a player?
I'm triggered. That's basically what happened. I like playing Overwatch with my friends, with these guys. I like playing for fun, but that was not the most fun I've ever had. Hero Bands is a fantastic concept. It's really cool. It diversifies what you have to play. But by the time we were getting to the end and we're like, what actually can we play? The thinking about what you can play is actually more painful than the playing. And then it goes from there.
Especially as a tank player, right after all those bans.
Yeah, unfortunately, our tank players are like Ryan and Diva players. And because I originally played tank as my hero and then moved to DPS and support, I basically am the guy that just fills in for whatever we need. So yeah, it was a bit painful by the end. I'm not gonna lie. On the Orisa comp, I basically just told my team to stop speaking and to just listen to what I was saying, because it was
Okay.
just a sustained game at that point, and we were just waiting for them to make mistakes. And fortunately enough, they did.
Yeah, we credited you with punishing the mistakes very well, especially on that last map. You Ajax to beat. You caught Lucio with a spear last fight. He had beat. He was ready to go for it. You caught him out with a spear right in time. So really well, we really well executed on punishing the mistakes. We saw that so much. So yeah, what? So you said that you were silent, or you asked your team to silent. So were comms in that last map hectic at all, or were you just taking over, commanding?
They were hectic towards like the end of fights when it was basically we be quiet at the start until I basically say a fight plan that I want based on around like where they've rotated to, what abilities they've used. And then once that goes, we take a bit of map control. We were using our sim TP especially for that, not really any flank plays, but just to give me in a better position to hold space because I won't die if I've got a BAP healing. And then from then point onwards, calls were a bit hectic because of target focus and stuff like that, of course, because that is a very hectic comp. It wasn't straightforward at all.
Indeed.
So, through this, a lot of heroes got banned. Unfortunately, most of them were tanks. But, when you're discussing hero bans, there was a clear kind of sentiment that you guys were very strong with Brawl, and Untitled were very strong with a kind of dive. Did you guys kind of take note of that? And is that why you banned who you banned, or what was your kind of conversations when talking about what heroes to ban?
Well, going into first map, we were like 90% sure, like I said earlier, that they were going to ban Lucio, but they didn't. So, like that's first map GG's. Like they can't play against us. That's just how it works, unfortunately. Like you're not gonna have a good time playing into a team that like only play Rush on every map, including Gem, or banning Lucio. And then from that point onwards, we just kept narrowing down the hero pool until we went into last map like 100% confident we were going to win. I know it went close because we messed up on first fights and like people not touching, but I think it shouldn't have been that close if people touched the point. But yeah, we narrowed down the hero pool to basically a brawly comp where we could also play the Lucio. It's just unfortunate that we couldn't play the Ryan, obviously, because like that was a smart ban earlier on. So yeah, we were just taking off the dive characters. Like you saw, we banned Ball at the start, and then it just went from there.
So do you think the game would have? Very hypothetical question, but what would the game look like in your eyes if Lucio had have been banned early? Would that have really swapped up how the game went for you guys, or are you still confident you could have pulled it out even with no Lucio?
I'm confident we could have pulled it out because what I was just having a chat with some of the people in the other team is I think their best mode of strategy would have been ban Ryan map 1 because it's a really good Lijiang's a really good Rush map and we're going to play Ryan throughout the series anyway, so you might as well get that out of the way, and then take out then the Lucio and the D.Va, and then both of our tanks can't play, so it limits our DPS hero pool because I'm on tank. And I feel like we would have won 3 maps, or we would have won the starting 2 at least, and then it might have been like a bit squeaky because of the hero bans would have been much in their favor rather than they kept what we wanted to do in the game for a lot. Like it would have been a lot worse if they banned like let's say Lucio earlier on or Ryan at the start.
Makes sense.
Well, congratulations on the victory. You guys have won that $70. I guess, final question, do you have any shout outs you'd like to make on stream? Anyone you'd like to highlight or even call out?
No, it's just going into that. When we played them yesterday, unfortunately, a few of our players had to go, so we were kind of like very depleted in our roster, and they did seem to type to us all bark no bite. So I just thought that's kind of ironic that we've got to this point now, isn't it?
Well, a definitive statement in the end there. Well, Booga, I'll let you get back to your team and
Thank you very
enjoy the
much.
victory.
Thank you.
Well, Krabby, what an incredibly chaotic but fun an entertaining tournament this has been. I mean, it always was going to be if the hero bans, and you know what? It's turned out exactly as I would have wanted it. I think maybe even better. I think.
Yeah, and there's definitely some tweaking to do with the hero ban system to maybe make it even more interesting or shake it up a little bit more. As we noticed, like there were some devolving strategies as teams would focus on specific like tank bans, or yesterday there was teams like hard banning out the support role. So there is tweaks to be made, but for a first tournament with this hero ban system, this was amazing. Like watching the innovative strategies and whatnot, and just seeing all these teams. Let's take just one last look at where we started and how we ended here with the bracket. And obviously, our winners came from the lower bracket as they got knocked down yesterday, and they made a impressive comeback, 3-0 in the winners fight, in the losers finals to get to here. And alternate untitled, they were very strong throughout pretty much the entire winners bracket, not really dropping any maps, only dropping one map until the grand finals. And yeah, that was one hell of a bracket.
Yeah, well, you could probably say that alternate title may be the more consistent team overall. Watching this, obviously they got to the grand finals for the winners, but at the end of the day, it's who comes up big on the final day. It's who comes up during that grand finals that's going to win it all. But that is it from here in Arena 51 for our production. It's been a fun one. It's been chaotic. It's been interesting. We'll take some feedback there from the people. If you have any feedback, by the way, as a viewer, or if you're watching and you played in the tournament, then please, get in contact. I don't know if there's a specific channel to go to. I think there might be a feedback channel. Suggestions. There's a suggestions channel, so you can use the suggestions channel or DM Lucas or DM me or Heller. And we're really interested to hear what the community thinks about this, because if we could find like a really fun way of implementing hero bans more often, then I think it would make for funner experiences for these kind of weekend tournaments as well. But that is it from the broadcast. Thank you for joining us. My name's Gio. I've been joined by Krabby, and of course behind the scenes Heller has been running production throughout the weekend, so thank you very much to Heller for that. And don't forget to laugh loud and love yourself, folks. Good night.
Good night, everybody.